Am I still live? Your microphone is mute and has no signal. Well. Hey, Lama, so this is working now, I guess? No, it's fucking... So YouTube... give me a second, I need to, I need to set it up again, because... YouTube being YouTube. Why is my why is the people are not attacking me? I should be live, or so. No, just let them. It gives me views. So YouTube is stupid when it comes to live streaming. So if you don't use the recommendations, they give you a lot of arrows and oh, this is not working correctly. Everything is falling apart. Your penis is falling off. Your man titties is kicking someone in the face and blah 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 blah. And here's the thing: they don't send out a mail. They don't, send you like a notice in your dashboard. They just change shit up. So that means that you have to stop the stream because you have to amp up, in this case, the bitrate. It was really complaining about the bitrate. It was too low. Normally it's too high, but it was too low. And they don't allow you, they allow you to continue the live stream, but to engage with it, you have to start. You have to basically retweet it as a viewer and a content creator as a total new live stream. So I think the end result will be one big one continuous live stream, but I have to reload, or not reload. I have to go back and log into a new dashboard because the dashboards don't continue. So the chat from the earlier dashboard don't continue over to this one. It sees it as a totally new stream. That also means that for the people watching, they now need to go to a new URL. Because in all the magnificent joy of the $1 billion that YouTube have, they cannot figure out what Twitch is doing. That if you, let's say on Twitch, to stop the stream, I think it's like you have like 5 minutes or something like that. Or let's just say 2 minutes. It continues in the same stream buffer. So that means that the URL is the same, everything is the same. If you have a dropout that's less than 5 minutes or something like that. But YouTube, they go tits up if there's a slight little change. I also need to find my drawing tablet to give. I can't remember where I put it. I found it. But yeah, with all the technologies in the world, YouTube sucks. But yeah. Nope, I'm running Windows with oh, what the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. With whiteboard. There you go. Again, and also I'm massively fucking high on caffeine. Yes, this is working. Yeah, it's just the easy, well, it's a gray board. Well, actually it's a black board like it used to be back in the olden days. Yeah, not Steam OS. We could. Give me a second, and I will. Oh, it's still like my. Please use keyframe frequencies of 4 seconds or less. What the fuck are you big? Like, are you? Oh, where is it? Where's the key frequency? I can't even see them. I can't change that. I have to stop and start the stream again. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's set to 8 point what? God damn it, what's wrong with you? And it didn't save the bitrate. Okay, so... Do you guys have any problems? Opinions on catchy OS, give me a second. Okay, so, give me a second, I need to... I either forgot to click apply or something like that, but it didn't change, the bitrate either, so just, I need to make like a memo that I need to do this after the stream, so just give me 1 second. Well, we can still talk. $6,800. Yeah, it's really irritating. I'm sorry about that. I'm fucking hating YouTube. Yeah, all seems to be working. That's fine. If it becomes a stuttering mess or problem, let me know and we may have to restart. I just don't want to restart again. Oh, yeah. That was the thing I wanted to... Give me one second. At least it's still erroring up, but hello. Hello. Just give me a second. I'm doing some stuff here. Did you guys see anything you shouldn't have seen? My porn collection or anything like that? No. Can I? There you go. We could talk about this at some point also. Homeland, jellyfish stop. Oh shit. Well, so the bitrate that I'm using used to be the recommended bitrate, but now they apparently have changed that for some fucking weird reasons. Recently there was a comparison between deep loading Windows versus CatchOS, and CatchOS prefers worse than Windows. Yeah, well. I think everyone could have told said person that. Can I write on this one here? Oh, I can! Ah! I'm getting an erection right now. Cool. How cool is this shit? Well, you also have to remember with Linux gaming. So you have Linux gaming. So to game on Windows, this is kind of like the pipeline that you have. So you go from game to APIs to over. So the APIs is like DirectX, Vulkan, whatever. You go to the OS and you go to the hardware. On Linux, you go. This is an M. And this is like not totally true, but it's like roughly how it is, because technically what it does is it goes like this. But sometimes it also needs to do this, because the emulator has to talk to the OS to do some things and whatnot. So the emulator here is Proton. That's the emulator. And every time, the more steps you have, you introduce more complexity. That can means latency problems, stutter, less frame rates, blah 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 blah. Depending on how well it's done. But yeah, so, sometimes it goes from the game that then runs in Proton. It's not an emulator, but think about it like that. That then has its own APIs and blah blah. That goes either through the OS into the hardware or bypasses the OS. It's a translation layer slash. It's easier to. You have to. Man, how can I explain this in an easier way? If you're talking to the common gamer, just say emulator. Just say emulator. If you're talking to a nerd, then go into like what is the difference between a translation layer, emulator, because it's a little bit of both. You know. But roughly speaking, like this is not like 100% what's going on. This is like the 1,000-foot view. You know, like this is like super simple, easy to understand thing, you know. And it's 80%, 90% what's actually going on. But there are some switching between OS and emulator and OS and emulator and hardware and APIs and all that shit. Because Windows, everything you see on Windows, everything like a window you see on Windows is DirectX. So 12. You know, everything on Windows is rendered in DirectX. Where in Linux that will be, if you say this is a window, that would be X11 or Wayland. One of these two here. And then some other janks going on that then, back in the day when we didn't use Proton, then either this or this will then talk to some libs that then will talk to libs/APIs that then will talk to the hardware. Which is what's going on here. Or in here, it's like both in the OS and again, it's a super complicated talk, and it will take hours to get your head around. But yeah. Oh yeah, Dravag, yeah, there's been so many gaming focus stuff. I mean, it's a mess. And if we scroll down a little bit more here, that how you spell standard? This is why gaming sucks on Linux. Yeah, it's kind of true, but not true. Okay. And I know the Linux world are so against standards, but who use standards? OS developers, app developers, mobile developers, they use coding standards. That's why in C++ you have something called a STD lab library. That's why Java has standard libraries, for example. You need standardization. You need standardization. You can't get out of it. It makes everything better. You cannot work in a development team without standardization to some degree. You cannot be a developer, even one-man developer, without a standardization about how you approach a project. It just, and if you don't have any standardization other than one you make up in your head, you can't work with other people. And that's why Linux is, why this is a fucking problem, or supporting Linux is a problem. Because there's no guidelines on how to do the best practices. If you do this, it's supported on any Linux distribution. There's no guarantee of that. And Red Hat, Canonical, Debian, SUSE, they've all tried to implement standards, even the Linux Foundation to some degree. But nobody wants to follow them. Because I am smarter than anyone else, is the mentality of the developers. Oh yeah, don't get me started on Flatpaks. It's a mess, dudes. I need to arrange my setup a little bit better. Just give me one fucking second. There you go. Oh, I should just do this, I guess. Yeah, it's Linux is amazing for people that have no fucking idea what's going on in the tech world. It's so easy for fools to Yeah, I got it. Just suck off. And I'm not saying Microsoft is better. But it's so easy for unknowledgeable people to get what is it called? Amazed by Linux. And it is an amazing system. It's an amazing system made with leftover scrap metal, gaffer tape, and crazy glue. In a lot of cases. Not the kernel itself. The kernel itself is a totally different issue. But, so, the kernel do follow standards. I will just type STD. Not sexual transmitted disease, but a standard. They do follow guidelines. They do Q&A, quality assurance. They do proper testing. All of this is true for the kernel. The rest don't. Roughly speaking. I'm putting everyone into the same basket here. But there are more people that don't do what the kernel developers do. Slop being used for everything. Well, slop is it's a perfect. It's like saying idiot. What is your opinion of idiot? It's being used all the time. It's a fitting word to describe a fitting situation. So Linux the Linux kernel devs, they used to follow the C90 standard, I think it's called, or something like that. And now they are at C 2010 standard. So basically, they used to code the kernel in libraries and stuff like that was supported of how the C world was in the 90s, basically. Like in 1990. So it's a little bit like .NET 10, .NET 8, .NET 7, or I think C++ called it C standard or something like that. But the most developers outside of the kernel, they just do whatever the fuck they want. So that's why you sometimes will see a DE, so a desktop environment, have TypeScript, JavaScript, Rust, C, C++, Python, because one contributor likes JavaScript, one likes TypeScript, one likes Rust. So they mixed all of this in together. Yeah, it's a mess. So if you go on to the Mint update, system sway thingy is done in Python. I think the whole update manager is done in Python. And it could be, I don't know, I haven't looked at what version, but it's done in Python. So when you see the little, you know, oh, this is a really bad, the taskbar. But you see the little, like, shield here with an update. That's a Python app. Which there's no problem with. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind it being in Python. But then the taskbar itself may be in JavaScript. The file manager, so Nemo, may be in C or C++, I don't know. Which kinda makes sense, and also, like, but stick with something, you know, stick with something. Because you do, like, all of the, Microsoft does the same. So the taskbar in Microsoft, the taskbar in Microsoft is JavaScript. The, it's really hard to draw on a tablet when I don't have enough desk space. Just give me a second. Because I'm drawing almost on my stomach because my table is too short. Okay, that's a little bit better. So the start menu in Windows is also JavaScript. So in Win 10, 10 and Win 11. Here's another fun fact. Edge UI used to be JavaScript until they found out it was too slow, and now they're doing it in, I can't remember what it is. I think it's C or something like that. Oh, I'm getting a fucking caffeine dump. I just chugged almost half a liter of energy drink. Plus, I drink like a liter of coffee today, so I'm not sleeping tonight. Like, I'm not saying Linux is the only one doing this. But there's a difference between, let's clear out this here, let's clear this out a little bit here, peeps. I don't know why I love erasing shit, but it's so fun. Like, look. I could do this all day. You have been erased. There you go. So the difference between Windows versus Linux, and when I say Linux, I mean not kernel. So anything not the kernel in Linux. Why there is a difference between Windows doing it and Linux? So the Windows actually fucking pay qualified engineers and developers a lot of money to develop sometimes good software, other times not so good software. In the Linux world, besides the Linux kernel, it's you get what it's like. Yeah, this will do. This is good enough. That's the problem we have in Linux. Because it's done on a voluntary basis, a lot of the stuff. That's why there's such a big difference between massive projects in Linux and smaller projects. Because the massive projects, they actually have money to pay developers. Most of the small little distributions and small little apps that you like to run is awful. Awfully made. It works until it don't. Because that's the thing with software. It works until you figure out that it's actually not working. And that can be there's a security fault, there's a problem, you need to scale the project, and because you wipe coded most of it, or you're just throwing it together in a Saturday morning, and it works on your computer, you can't scale it, and blah 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 blah. You know. Linux is suffering from and again, this is what you get with a system like Linux. And when I say Linux, I know Linux is the kernel, but I'm talking about the ecosystem of Linux, the way that Linux is run and maintained. You know, there is so you have to look at people's expectations. If you get something for free, you have no expectation whatsoever. If you now have paid just $2 or $3 for, let's say, a cup, you get a cup. This is a $1 cup. This is a free cup. If this lasts 2 uses, you will say, yeah, this is great. I got something out for it. This is amazing. If this lasts 2 uses, you'd be like, only 2 times? What the fuck is going on? I paid $2 or $1 for this cup. So, because when you have to pay, so typically what the maker will do here, they will over-engineer. Because they know people have a higher expectation. Where people here, when they give away something for free, they will just do just enough. Again, not all the time, okay? Hashtag not all, but mostly. You don't see a lot of paid software that says delivered as is. If something breaks, it's your fault and not my fault. You get what I'm coming at here? How many times do you buy a piece of software and in the clause it says, if this blows up your business, we are not liable? Every Linux software says that. Almost, not all, but most of it does that. Most Linux distributions, it has a clause that says, like, if you run it and your business starts to fucking produce dildos or send it to Al-Qaeda, that's not our problem. You don't see that with Windows and Mac OS or Adobe or Affinity and stuff like that. That's because they in some cases want money out of you, either by subscription or added, features. So what you are paying for is not really the software, it's the security. It's if this goes tits up, we can actually, get money back. If this goes tits up, there's someone we can call and say, fuck you. This is why service agreements means so much in the corporate world. People in the corporate world are willing to pay 5 times more for the same thing if they can call someone up if things goes tits up. And it's getting fixed right away. The Linux world, they live in this weird thing where they think, oh, I give you this for free. It's not a weird thing. It's actually quite logical. But I give you this for free. Stop complaining, which is fair. I spent 10,000 hours developing this thing. Stop fucking complaining, okay? I get that. And then they also expect, well, if there's something wrong with it, you fix it yourself. And let's be honest here. I will say 90%. No, I would go up and say 98% of Linux users they can't fix shit. Everyone that runs Linux wants to think that they are a developer. Everyone that runs Linux wants to think they're an IT support person. Everyone that runs Linux think they can fix their OS. They can't. They are really good at reading instruction or watch a tutorial on YouTube or copy-paste a command line that other people have told them to post in the terminal. But that's to the extent that 98% of Linux users understand Linux. But the whole premise about Linux and FOSS and all of this shit is that you actually can fix it yourself. Richard Stallman, like, go watch my history about Linux. It's like 15 minutes long or something like that. I explain it there. Richard Stallman's idea with FOSS was not meant for the end for us. It was meant for server room experts, developers, IT supporters. That's why he made it the way. FOSS was made to work, or not FOSS, well, also open source later on, but free software. The idea with free software was meant for developers, IT expert, not for your dad or your mom. It was meant so they could fix shit on a server when the server broke down, and they didn't have to wait for someone to come and fix it for them. Or send the software out to a proprietary company because they're the only one that were allowed to look at the source code. When everyone sits and like, oh, but this is the idea about open source and free software. Yeah. Being able to see the source code only makes sense if you can use it. AKA, you are a developer to some degree. Being able to see the source code means nothing to my grandmother. She can't use it because she don't know what the fuck she's looking at. It might as well be a fucking Hebrew Bible or something like that. Or the sex instructions sent down from an alien species that Lamer found out in his field. All of this, and this is what really fucking enrages me. It's a little bit like... So I'm an educated mechanic. It's a little bit like working on a car and then some kid out from the street that knows how to put tires on comes in and tell me how to fix a car. Because he can change the tires. He watched a YouTube video. And why the philosophy about the displacement of the engine in this car for weight distribution and all these normie things. Because he knows all these normie things, or she, they now have the right to tell a professional how to do that job. Most Linux YouTubers could not fucking fix a bug in a code if their life depended on it. Most Linux YouTubers could not figure out a problem if they had no internet. But they sit and talk like they could. And that's because they don't know what they're talking about. Richard Stallman's whole idea with FOSS was meant for developers. Open source is meant for developers. The byproduct is that we're getting stuff like Linux and a lot of free software stuff, which is great. Don't get me wrong, it's amazing, it's great. But if you are end user and all you are is an end user, FOSS and open source and free software is not meant for you. When I mean by that, it was not built as a philosophy for you. It's a byproduct that you are using. But because you're not a developer, because you can't fix code, because you're not really truly an IT administrator, infrastructure administrator, but just a hobbyist that can change tires on a car or can copy-paste a fucking command line that you read on Reddit into your terminal. If you're one of those people, all of this shit, you know, skill level issues as they love to throw out there, is not meant for you. It was meant for developers to be able to work better. For developers to be able to fix software. It don't matter if you own the software or not, if you don't know what to do with it, if you cannot manifest it, if you can't modify it. I can teach everyone to change an engine in a car in about a weekend. That don't make you a mechanic. It just means that you are a normie that knows how to change the engine. That's the difference between a mechanic and a hobbyist. A hobbyist, they know a little bit more than people that don't know shit. But a hobbyist just know the basics. You know what? So, again, it's easy for me to use mechanic as an analogy. Most mechanic hobbyists, they know not much more than a mechanic learned in the first year of going to mechanic school and getting a job. It's the same with coders. Hobby coders don't know much more over what a educated developer learned in the first year. A hobby IT person don't know much more than what you would learn in the first year if you went into IT. But you think, or they think they do. Because they know more than their grandmother. They know more than their friends. Yeah, but you don't know more than the professionals. That's why you're not a professional. Like a really good example, I almost never or ever have said that I'm a professional developer. I work as on development project. I also never said that I'm a professional IT or infrastructure guy. I do work in that field. So technically I could say I'm a professional, but I'm not officially educated in it. I'm self-taught. So there's a lot of things I don't know in those areas that I'm learning on a daily basis. But I know enough that I can get employed. Most people you see on YouTube, most Linux users, they don't know enough about coding or IT to get employed. They know enough so they know more than the next guy that stand in line with them while they're buying their undersized condoms. They know more about software and IT than the cashier does. Snaps do have permissions, yeah. They have a whole permission system. And I not understand. I wish more people would understand this. I am so tired because you don't see Windows users do this. You don't see Windows users or Mac users going into an IT conversation with Linux users and act superior because I can install Windows. Or I can customize not Reddit. What is it called? Register. Whatever, I can't remember what it's called right now. You know, they don't sit there and go into Linux users and feel superior because they can modify the front end of Mac OS, which is super easy to do. Like, Windows is sometimes more customizable than Linux is if you know how to do it. Or the joy of Linux is that you can make your own ISO. You can make your own ISO on Windows. You can make your own LTS or LTD, light version. You can make your own embedded version of Windows. You can customize Windows on an ISO level as much as you can Arch Linux. And this is something you learn really early on in your IT career. If you want to, you can customize the Windows shell or what the fuck it's called more than most Linux distributions, more than GNOME for sure. Hey nerd. But Linux users, they think because they can follow instructions on how to get Arch Linux up and running that they're geniuses. Most Linux users are normies that think they are smart. And they act like they're smarter and superior than anyone else. And this is why most people don't want to run your shit. Hey Shuffle or Scooby. Like, the more you learn about development and IT, the more you realize that this whole OS and and license debate is pointless. Because in the end, it's what companies do with the software. Hey, Becky, you beautiful human, how are you? It's all about the humans using the technology and what they're doing with it. Meaning the companies, the developers, etc., etc., etc. The more you learn about all of this, the more you learn, you understand that it's pointless. It's a little bit like, I talked about in the other live stream, the God tier of Linux. When you get to a point in Linux knowledge that the distribution means nothing to you. It's pointless. The whole distribution debate is pointless. Because you can do anything you want on any distribution and run any Linux software on any Linux distribution. Some just make it more easier to do it than others. And that's when you get to that level, what you're choosing is, you're choosing the distribution that gives you the perfect setup out of the box for you. Meaning, what distribution do I have to install to do the least amount of work on? And then it becomes what package manager paradigm do I prefer the most? Do I prefer static, semi-rolling, or rolling releases? That becomes the deciding factor of what distribution you make. Because if a distribution have anything you want, but the kernel is a little bit like not optimized for your liking, you can make your own kernel or you can download another kernel. If it has 90% of the software you want, you can get the rest 10% on your own. But anything else is perfect. So when you see people debating package managers, distributions, they are noob level. That's a noob level discussion. They're noobs. I need to clean up my board here a little bit. Oh yeah, the web search, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, the battery. Yeah. It sucks with the battery thing. It's actually not. If you have all the development libraries, it's actually not that difficult to install or compile from source. It's just irritating. Because you kind of become the package manager. You have to read the output. You know, like, if there's a problem, you have to dissect what the compiler is telling you and blah, 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 blah. So back in the day, Slackware had no package manager at all. Like, at all. Which is one of the reasons why you would like to run it, which I did for a while, and it was super fun, and you learn a lot. But it's just a time sink. At some point, you get to a point where you are like, do I want to work for my OS, or do I want my OS to work for me? So if you want to be a system administrator for your OS, you do like the Arch, Linux from scratch, Gentoo kind of thing. If you want your OS to actually do work, you do like Debian, Fedora, Mint, Sori, and basically most of all the other distributions that's not in the other category, you know. Oh yeah, don't get me started on Prodi. Has it gotten that bad down the fucking rabbit hole? You have to remember. Okay, so most Linux content creators, their main concern is themselves, me. They don't give a shit about you. They look at Linux as an identity. Linux is almost, for them, running Linux is like being a dad, being a husband, being a firefighter, being a police officer. It's their identity. If you go on to any social media and you see someone, the first thing they have in their description is open source advocate, Linux user, don't talk to them. Because they act like they are in a religion. Because it's such a big part of their identity that for them it's more important that you are part of the group than if it works for you. They'd rather have you living a miserable life and using what they want you to use than actually help you out. And most Linux users, Linux YouTubers are in that category. They will rarely, if at all, say, yep, you have to be a Windows user, and I can see why, or a Mac user, or whatever it is. Because their whole identity, because they have so little in their life going on, is being an open source advocate, Linux user. The second someone say, like, I'm an open source advocate, or I'm a Linux user, like, in the first, 2 seconds in the conversation, you can slap your dick balls in their face and run away. That's their whole life. They have nothing more. And here's the thing. It don't fucking matter. You're not changing the world. Linux is not curing hunger or famine or poverty or injustice. It's funny enough. I will bet Apple and Microsoft is doing more for humanitarian causes than the Linux world is. They are pumping more money into actually curing diseases, getting people food and education than the Linux world is. Because most people in the Linux world, sadly enough, is me people. They only care about themselves. You know. Oh, and they lie about Microsoft because that's what they do. Linux users is like, well, they are like Twitter activists. You know, they are like those idiots that runs around with nose rings on and want to judge everyone and be holier than thou and all that shit. You know, all the social justice warriors in the world. Why they're committing 10,000 sins, but that's okay because we are, you know. Yes, selfish and unempathic, yes, exactly. But they think they are, just like a lot of social justice warriors. They think they are good-hearted. You know. There's this saying, the most evil people on earth think they are the most just people on earth. They are the most holiest people on earth. Nobody think that they are the bad dude or do that. They think that they sometimes I have to do evil shit for the betterment of X, Y, and Z. Put in your thing. I don't believe in violence, but I believe in violence towards those people because they don't agree with me. So to get them to agree with me, it's okay to do violence towards them. Again, the Linux world, converting. That's a religious term. I didn't know Linux was a religion. Well, I have a hard time taking privacy people advocate seriously, running around with a laptop that's always connected to the internet and a mobile phone. Because if you don't get me wrong here, but if you really are that fucking concerned, you should not be on the internet. Being online and have privacy don't mix together. Go watch a podcast with former CIA agents. And they get asked, is all phones hackable? Yes. How easy is it? Within minutes. The same with the, like when you go through TSA, in the time it takes for them to go through your baggage, they can dump your phone and your laptop. They can have all data on it in that time span. And you don't know that they fucking did it. All of this is public knowledge. And then he said, I'm using 3 VPNs. Okay? Congratulations. You're using condoms on your penis, but you let someone without a condom fuck your ass. You're still getting an STD, my friend. So, Edward Snowden is no... So, let's go into Mr. Snowden. Why do you think he is in Russia? Why do you think the Russians took him in? Think logical about this. Why did the Russians took in Edward Snowden? Why have they not sent him back to the United States? Apple, they do it, but they don't give backdoors, but they will help unlock the devices if it's really, 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 really important. But they do it less than Windows does. Like, for a privacy standpoint, Apple is probably the best. Because they want to hoard all your data. Like, they want total control, that's why they're the best. They just want it all for themselves. And they really don't like it. Like, they've been in court cases many times because the FBI want access to people's phones that were, like, known criminals. Chemicals. Yeah, chemicals. Like, I thought I said chemicals. They were known chemicals. No, they were known bad dudes. And also, Apple, like, when Apple do something, they want it to be better for your life. So if that's why they are slow at implementing new technologies. They won't just implement a new thing just to have a new thing. It has to better your life in some way. And if they can't figure a way out how it can better your life, they won't implement it until they do. Also, Apple don't want you to be on your devices all the time. They actually want you to use less screen time. You know. But yeah, explain to me why Snowden is so comfortable in Russia right now. And when you think about that, you realize he's not that good of a dude. Yeah, Snowden is in Russia because of Apple photo editing. I want to see if it's still yelling at me. Yeah, it's still yelling at me. But it's actually super simple why Snowden is in Russia. It's the point of making the terminal the star for an OS is because it makes you feel like you are better than everyone else. That's the only reason. Look at it this way. Why is the terminal the main focus? It's because now you need me. Now I can feel superior than you. Because you don't know how to use it. It's fools admire complexities. It should be everyone's dream to make Linux so easy a fucking newborn baby, before you cut the umbilical cord, could install and run it. Because it means access to more people. It means it makes more people's life better. But the Linux world love to gatekeep Linux. Because if Linux becomes popular, they're not running Linux anymore, because now they're not special little snowflakes anymore. Now they can't feel special. So they will go over to Haiku. How do you spell that again? QNX, FreeBSD, etc., etc., etc. Look at it. You want to take over the desktop world, okay? You want to be the number one OS, but you don't want to make it so it becomes the number one OS, because then you are not special anymore. The year of the Linux desktop has to be now, but don't dumb it down. Don't make it more accessible. Don't make it more easy. Call it what you will. Then it never will happen. You know, like, then it never will happen. I saw, I do believe macOS should be universal available, because that would kill Linux and Windows in one fucking swoop. If you could install macOS on all hardware, there would be no Windows and Linux. Nobody have asked me why Snowden is in Russia. PowerShell is amazing. Why is he in Russia? Okay. So that question has been asked to many intelligence agencies, that are people that not work in intelligence agencies from all countries. So if you watch a lot of podcasts, you will know this. But mostly, if someone is that highly looked out for treason in a country and they move to another one, they will get extradited, right? Because it's a massive crime, it's treason, they will get extradited. So what can you do as a person to make sure that don't happen? Well, you sell state secrets. Or give state secrets. There's a high chance, I'm not saying it's 100% sure, but if you listen to what all of these experts in the field say that you have to do to be under the protection of a foreign state, well, you have to give something up that makes you valuable to them. He stole a shit ton of state secrets. Do you think he just, miraculously just was and said, yeah, that's okay, just stay here? There's a 99.99999% chance he has given some sensitive information to get his ass cleared, so they will protect him, basically. Or else there will be no benefit for them to hold him. Again, go watch a lot of podcasts, a lot of interviews where CIA and all of these fucking agencies have been, people that have worked for these agencies have been asked why Snowden has not been extradited yet or caught yet. And why Russia seems to just protect him with no good reason. Well, that's because they have a good reason to protect him. He gave them something that was valuable enough for them to protect him. They don't give a fuck about him. A little bit to say fuck you to the States, I get it. But go find a podcast with a former CIA, FBI, blah, blah, whatever it is. And if they mention Snowden, they all either hint at it or say it plain outright. That the only reason he's not been extradited from the place he's been is because he's more likely of giving them some state secrets. Or else they would have done it, because they've done it before. So, yeah. Here's another dystopian thing. No matter where you are in the world, no matter how many VPNs and whatever the shit you're doing, if the government wants to listen into you or steal your shit, they can listen into you and steal your shit. If you use technology, you might as well run around naked to the government. If they want to, they can do it. And you will not know they've done it most of the time. Here's another thing. I think it's in the States with cars. There is I think, is it a mandate or a law or something like that? But I don't know if let's say this is 80% true, okay? Put 80% reality into this one, okay? But apparently, use that word. Apparently, all newer cars that has a lot of computers in them, out of the factory, there is a backdoor for the agencies to get in and control that car. So here's another thing. No, not one star. It's they can take control of your car without you knowing it. Another thing. Any modern phone with GPS on them there is a backdoor that all governments can get into that phone. And this is how smart they were about it. Why do you think they did that? Oh, in case of national emergencies, flooding, volcano eruption, so they can see if there's still people in the area. If you have a GPS phone, any modern phone, and you call the emergency line, they know where you are before they actually pick up the phone. They just want you to say where you are to confirm it. Yes, if an agency or a police force wants to have that information, they have to subpoena, get like a warrant or whatever you will call it, depending on where you are in the world. The state don't. It's only the police force that need to do it, not the state. Not the state. Technically, the CIA or its equivalent in other countries, they could just switch and see where everyone is right now. Because by law, they should have access to that in case of national emergencies. And it came out in 2010-ish or something like that, or even before that. It is a little bit fun to see. The more you learn about these things, it's get more and more fun to see all of these privacy YouTubers and all of these use VPN to protect your data, and you're no. If you just learn a little bit about all of these things and what governments can do and all the softwares like Pegasus and shit like that that's out there, you realize that the only thing you can do to protect yourself is living an inconvenient life. Never use a credit card, never have anything electronic on you. But who wants to live in the 90s or 80s or 70s or 60s? All of this, VPNs protect you from this, and go through this proxy, and this protect... Yeah, you're setting up speed bumps, but you're not really fucking safe. Oh yeah, there's CCTV all over the place. Your credit card is spying on you. like your credit card. Do you know how easy it is to basically know your whole life just from how you use your credit card? Not to talk about fucking logging onto your social media accounts. Because people are so willing to... social media is like an intelligence agency's wet fucking dream, man. Because people, they love to post all their shit on there. And if they go Mark Android and say, you know what, this lawsuit, give me the information about these people, and we will drop it, and he will gladly fucking give that information. You know about the... what the fuck is it called? How many of you know about the Google government department and how it got started? So Google has a government department that's basically is communicating with the US Gov. You know how that started? Google stole Wi-Fi codes. So way back in the day, when they started doing Google Maps, they bought Google Maps from a company. So you'll see the cars, you know. They had this big thing on that, you know. So when they were running around mapping Google roads and shit like that, they will ping all Wi-Fi and steal their passwords. So the US government found out that they were basically just zooming around in cars and stealing people's network access. So they started to sue them. But then the US government, well, they need a map database, you know, for their armies and blah, blah, blah. And Google have just bought this company and they're running around mapping all the fucking shit. So they are like, hey, Google, give us map. Oh shit, I just enabled my Google. Hey, Google, shut up. Give us...
I didn't understand.
No, because you're a bitch. Anyway, that map app you have, give us this, and we will delete the lawsuit. And then from now on, you have to have a department that works directly with us about things like this and all other things. So Google was like, oh, we need a department to work with governments. It's not just the United States government, it's all governments around the world. So the United States, they got access to the map technology, in quotes. But they got more. And more. Not only did they get the maps, they also got the passwords and all that fucking shit. And this again was like in the late 2000s. So AWS, AWS GovCloud, oh yeah. I think that's a little bit of a different thing. So Google's for close to 20 years have had a department where they more or less just give your data to them. If you want to be really fucking like anal about it. And that lawsuit about Google stealing your Wi-Fi codes just disappeared. Just like poof. Just gone with the wind. And do you think the United States government was like, yeah, we won't, we're not going to sue you for infringing on people's right and privacy if you give us a map app? Do you think the government was only interested in the map app? So their soldiers could run a little bit more, you know, navigate better in the mountains of South Carolina? No, of course not. They now have access to all that shit. Because if they have access for it and the government is the ones taking your passwords, it's now fine. Because it's the government. You know, like, hey, killing is not good unless it's the government, then killing is fine. You know. Like, most people, they live in this fucking imaginary world that's so funny to... like, it's sometimes funny how naive a lot of people are. And again, this is public record. Well, it's not public record that the government took the passwords, but it's public record that Google had a lawsuit going on. And then it went away, and the United States government got really, really good mapping technology. And Google opened a government liaison department. If you can put 2 and 2 together, you kind of know what the fuck's going on there. And you see that it was the United States government that got that lawsuit away, and not like they settled or anything like that. If you get what I'm coming at. CatchyOS versus others. You get like 1 to 2% difference on average. If even that. It don't... Like... The thing with CatchyOS is that it's a new, interesting approach. And that's why people love to talk about it, because the Linux world don't have enough, or don't have a lot of innovation going on. That's the only reason why CatchyOS is like, in 6 months. At one point, Fedora was like the talk of the town, because a lot of the hype train, this is what drives a lot in Linux world. It's the YouTube hype train, which kinda goes into this over here. So, the difference between the worst OS distribution and the best is about 1%. It's just because it's new, it's doing something different. DoD, Department of Defense. That's it. You know, they're doing something different. It's a new take on Arch Linux or Arch Linux. Manjaro, in the beginning, Manjaro was CatchyOS. Everyone could not stop raving about Manjaro until they noticed that it's not really that big of a difference. It's a little bit more stable than Arch. Everyone, when the Zen kernel and the Xerox kernel or Xanox kernel, what the fuck they call it, they came out, everyone wants to run it. It was the talk of the town until they found out that it's kind of the same as the stock kernel. You really don't fucking notice any major difference. You may in certain scenarios, but most of the time, Gorada Linux was another one that was like super hyped out for months and months and months. Linux has become so boring that a distribution like Catchy is the main talking point. And what is it's just a little bit it's a kernel that are focused in other areas than the mainline kernel, and they're doing package management a little bit different, a little bit more optimized in quotes. Not much. And in a lot of cases, you won't even benefit from those optimizations or see them. So because there's that so little is going on in Linux, that like, oh, you're optimizing for an architecture. Wow. Like, remember when we had spinning cubes? You know, virtual desktops. Like, 10 times better multi-threading. Linux nowadays, they don't innovate anymore. So if you make a distribution... Here's the thing. You want to become the most talked about Linux distribution. Take Debian. And then use the Pacman package manager to install RPM packages. It's not easy, but it's doable. It's not super difficult either. Now you're doing something most other distributions are not doing. And therefore you'll become the talk of the town. Linux don't innovate anymore. Because Linux has lost its creative... Linux developers used to be creative. Now they're activists. They care more about being activists than actually fucking doing cool shit. A lot of developers nowadays and tech people, they think they're activist first, and developers and tech people second. Yeah, but all of those things basically means nothing. Here's the thing. If you get a 5% increase over the board on everything, then people will start. 1 or 2% here, nobody gives a fuck. You want to know what's the best? That's what everyone is using. If Catchy OS was really the best OS, everyone and their grandmother would be using it. No, here's the thing. It's dead. There will never be a Linux desktop. And you want proof? Look how much Microsoft is fucking up. Look how much Windows is fucking up. Look how jittery I am from overhype of caffeine. From here to here. What was it? Is it like 0.03% increase? Microsoft has not fucked. Look at this. Look at this. Microsoft has not fucked this bad up ever. Ever. Private number just called me. What the fuck is that? Vista was not even that bad compared to this. Windows 8 was not as bad as it is today. And Windows is going up. I think Windows in a year has lost about 2% or something like that. When Windows, and again, YouTube hype, look at all the videos about... Oh, I need to... This one. Look at all the videos about, like... J2Zen, Austin Evans, Gamers Nexus, all of these are talking about Linux. And done it for like 2 years now. PewDiePie moving to Linux. Like, Linux have had a massive YouTube hype the last 2 years. It hasn't even grown a percentage in those 2 years. Not even 1% in those 2 years. If you look at the world, not the state, not Denmark, not Germany, the world. Because that's the only thing that matters is the world. Because there's towns where it's 100% Linux one. That don't matter anything. Windows have not fucked this bad up in decades. And Linux still can't fucking gain traction. Well, a lot of them backtrack on pushing Linux after a while. Like, if I'm being honest, I have not used Linux in 2 weeks now. And technically, this is the year where I run 100% Linux. I had to stop. Because I was always doing something on Linux, like, oh shit, I need to boot into my laptop to do this thing because I can't do it on Linux. Or the not graphic card driver, the sound card driver will just crap out once in a while. And I know why. I know why I have. I know why I have sound card issues on Linux. So the driver. So this is sound. So let's say your sound is here. So this is loudness, and this is time. If it's here to save battery and shit like that, it will kill the sound card driver or shut it off. So you need to have a certain volume. You need to be around here, let's say. And it's fine. But I have an external, system that I play with. So what I typically do is I boost my external volume control all the way up, and then I use the software to basically be my volume control. I use the system trace volume control to be my volume controller, but my external one is cranked up to 100%. So that means for most of the time, I only have like 10. I have between 8 to 12% volume all the time. And that is enough to be in where Linux, again, to save battery life and stuff like that, is saying, well, they are technically coming sound out, but it's too you can't basically hear it. So there's no reason for me to run it. Will that make sense if this is amplified externally, like it is with me? You get what I'm coming at here? I can fix this by going into the config files and fix it in there. I don't have to. I should not have to. I should not have to. In the 90s, 100%. 2000, 2010, 100%. We are in 2026. And it's still, and here's the thing. It's on all distros. So this means that this is a built-in kernel thing. Or it's a what is called pulse audio pipe wire, whatever the fuck everyone is using building thing. I know how to fix it. But I'm of the mindset, if you want Linux to be as great as everyone say it is, you should not have to. I can fix my girlfriend for not fucking everyone by tying her to the bed. But I should not have to. You get what I'm coming at here? You know, I can easily fix my girlfriend not stealing everyone's cars by locking her in her room. I should not have to. I should not have to. And that's the thing with a lot of Linux distros, or Linux in general. There's a lot of shit going on with Linux that is easily fixed, but you should not have to fix it. It's like buying a new car and they say, oh, by the way, you have to install the fucking air filter yourself. Oh, by the way, you have to put the exhaust on yourself. Is it easy? Yeah, but I should not have to. Not like, again, you're telling me Linux is so much better than Windows, then I should not have. This is my biggest problem with Linux. There's not many things wrong with Linux. But the things that are wrong with Linux are so stupid things that should not be wrong with Linux. And they expect you to just live with it. I don't have to live with that on Mac OS. I don't have to live with that on Windows. So you're telling me I should move OS to just live with these small little stupid things? But these complicated multi-kernel schedulers, they work really fucking well. But if you're not loud enough on your sound card, we will cut it off for you. Because either you have to be deaf, so you need like volume 10,000 dB, or you have so small fucking speakers that they have to shout at you to get any sound out of them. There's a lot of these things where it's like, yeah, I can go in a config file and fix it in 5 minutes. But I should not have to. I should not have to. You can fix all the complicated shit, but the easy to fix shit you don't want to trust. Why is that? Why is that? And it started to become so irritating, I had to stop using it. Because I don't, when I sit and code or relax or something like that, I listen to really, really low music or sounds. Because I'm focused on either just chillaxing or coding. I don't need like explosives in my head. And then I don't want, where the fuck did my music go? Oh, I have to fucking move my volume slide all the way up and down for it to kick in again. And this is on Cinnamon. This is on GNOME. This is on KDE, Cosmic, and all the distributions you that at least I have tried, like the 10 plus distributions to try it over the last 2 months. It's not even works on my PC. This is a known issue. I looked it up. That's why I know it's an easy fix. You just go into the config file and take that away. But then, if you're running on a laptop, you get worse battery life. Or potentially get worse battery life. I will not say it's a kernel driver issue. I will say it's a kernel driver configuration issue. For the sake of maybe saving battery or something like that. Because it's not a bug. It's something that's been... It's meant to do it, is what I'm saying. It's not doing it... It's not something that happens that should not happen. It's actually doing what it's meant to be doing. It's just irritating. When you are listening to volume that low, because you have really powerful external speakers. I have like 80 watts external speakers that I'm using. Or if I'm sitting with my headset on, I tend to also have it really low. But yeah, yeah, everyone has issues on every OS. That's just plain old wrong. But yeah, it's you cannot expect the common normal user to switch to Linux and have to deal with that, and then call it a skill issue. No, you don't need to be an engineer to run your OS. You should not have to be an engineer to run your OS. It's like me saying that you need to be an educated mechanic to own a car. And every time you come into my shop and, oh, my brake is acting up, it's a skill issue, fix it. I need a new fuel pump, skill issue, fix it. My tire blew up, skill issue, fix it. My engine blew up, skill issue, fix it. My seat is making weird noises, skill issue, fix it. My toilet won't floss, skill issue, fix it. My drain is clogged, skill issue, fix it. There's a hole in my roof, skill issue, fix it. My girlfriend is kicking me in the balls, skill issue, fix it. She can't orgasm, skill issue, fix it. You see how it don't work in any other fucking place? It's because it don't work like that. The world don't work like that. It's mind-boggling how stupid that mindset is. The Linux will love to blame the user instead of fixing it. Windows 11 is not bad. And Mac is not too expensive. You just don't want to pay that price for that quality. It's that simple. If you go on to Lenovo and you want a comparable or even underperforming laptop, you pay more than you do for a MacBook Air. You want a computer as powerful as a Mac Mini, you are going to pay more than you do for an entry-level Mac Mini. But people that say that Mac is too, unless you go with like the top of the line, the one that costs like $10,000, yes, that's too expensive. But if you go for like the entry level, you don't find better value for money for the power that you're getting and the quality that you're getting. Can you buy cheaper laptops? Can you buy cheaper computers? Yes, but they don't have the same build quality. They don't have the same power. So what people are saying that it's too expensive, like, I don't need that power, and therefore I don't want to pay for that power. That's what they're saying. Well, gaming on Mac OS sucks. Yeah, you can't game on Mac OS. Like, yeah, if you're a gamer, yeah, you should not want Mac OS. 100%. I always want to try like a Surface laptop. Everyone say they're really, really good. Hey, Bob. Linux is only a choice. Just like what pants you put on in the morning. I keep telling people this and nobody wants to believe me. Let's say you're about to kick the bucket in 5 minutes. And you have your friends and families and loved ones around you, and you have your secret girlfriend jerking you over, giving you the last fucking blowjob while your wife is making cookies for everyone. Do you think anyone gives a fuck about you being an avid fucking Linux user, a fuss advocate? Next time your wife or your girlfriend or boyfriend is having you picking your dick in their mouth, do you think they're sucking your fucking cock and be, I'm so proud of you running Linux right now? Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. It's the most pointless fucking flex to have. It's the most pointless fucking argument and flex to have in life. Nobody gives a fuck. It's another screwdriver. It's another wrench. It's another nail. It's another hammer. Do you go to the pub with your mates, have a beer, and look them dead in the eye and be like, yo, I'm a warrior. I'm a hero. I'm saving humanity by running FOSS and Linux. They would probably punch you in the dick and drink your beer. Nobody gives a fuck. Like, the Linux one needs to get over. Like, it's one of the... It's actually driving people like me away from running Linux. Because we don't want to associate with those kind of people. Because if you run Linux and you ask the people that know about the Linux culture, they think you are like that. Because those are the loud minority. And the good people stay fucking quiet and say nothing. Because if they do, they will get fucking pitchforked up their ass by the loud minority. Again, just like vegans and social justice warriors. Linux has built itself into being... into actually fucking pushing people away. There are YouTube videos where people are ranting about having problem moving to Linux. And in the beginning, they have to make a public statement saying, by the way, this is just my opinion. I was a little bit frustrated. I know not all Linux users and forums are like this. They have to basically go down on their knees and suck cocks of the Linux toxic mindset to not get yelled and intoxicated out of the existence of YouTube. Because they're critical about Linux. Almost every critical YouTube video about Linux, there is a disclaimer at some point in the video where they are bending over, ripping their fucking ass cheeks apart and saying like, please spit on it before you fucking rape me to heaven and back. Because they are so afraid of getting ostracized and yelled at by the Linux community. Luckily, I don't give a fuck. I'm used to getting fucking dry humped. But imagine that's the world we live in. Who wants to be part of that community? Even if it's a fucking loud minority. That's like saying, oh, it's okay for these people over there to steal, maim, and murder. Because most of us don't do it. Well, in that case, we should have no jails and prisons then. Most people are not fucking felons. Most people don't run around and murder people. So because a select few people do it, that should be okay then. Where is the accountability from the Linux community towards these idiots? The Linux community, the good Linux community have no balls whatsoever. They are weak beta suckers. Or else they will speak up. Speak the fuck up. This is why this don't fly in the Mac communities. This is why this don't fly in the fucking Windows communities. Yes, there are toxic people there, but they take care of them. It's mind-boggling to me that... And I know why. It's because, not Linus... Richard Stallman co-signed for all of this fucking shit, because he's a nutcase in of itself. You know. So fictionated or factionated? Here's the thing, you don't have to kinda agree with me. I have close to 30 years experience with Linux. The main reason most people run away from Linux is because of the community. Most of the people I talk to say that they have problems, but they could deal with it if the community was, oh, good old Chris Tyson now wants to make millions of dollars off his tool because it's popular. Who wondered? The guy that can't code to save his life. I'm being a little bit overdramatic here with him, by the way. But I don't think Linux can be saved. Well, I make my own Windows 11 ISO, so it's a better version than IoT. It has nothing in it, no telemetry, no AI bullshit. It has the start menu is almost fucking bare. I make a new Windows ISO every 6 months. And it takes me about half an hour. If even that. Most of it is waiting for it to compile. So yeah, that's because most people, most Linux users are not active in forums on YouTube posts and stuff like that. Well, this should have been the year where I went back to Linux, but after 2.5 months, I had to move back to Mac OS and Windows. Because I had to dual boot or boot into a VM to do simple fucking things. And I'm just fed up with doing that. I do run Linux on a laptop full time though. You know. If you want really, really good Linux help, go on to Microsoft forums. I've been using Mac for a few years now. It's the best blend between Linux and Windows. Yeah, the Google OS. And my thought is the same as... Look at the graph. Look at the graph. Yeah, liquid ass. I hate the new Mac OS. It's so fucking awful. Well, I have a PlayStation 5 that I then game on. And if I want to play a PC game, I boot into my gaming rig that do run Linux, by the way. So if there's a game I really, really want to play that I can only play on either Windows or Linux, I just boot into my gaming rig and play it on that. I'm also fortunate enough that I earn good money so I can buy all of this shit. And I am trying to cut down on my gaming because every time I game for like 2 hours or so, I'm like, this is 2 hours I could have done something that could have made me money, or I could have learned something that would have helped me make more money. You know? Like, gaming for me is like taking a shit. It's nice. It's really nice, but it's not productive to my life whatsoever, other than it's nice. While I'm gaming, I'm not learning a new skill, I'm not getting better at the skills I already have, I'm not doing something that could make me money or better my life. I'm just basically, in quote, wasting time for the sake of entertainment. Which is fine, don't get me wrong, it's fine. That's also why I only watch Netflix, for example, when I eat. And then I allow myself one waste day. It's typically Sunday where I do whatever the fuck I want. Game all day, or YouTube all day, or Twitch, Netflix all day, and blah, 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 all that shit. Because we only have a finite amount of time in this life, and it if you are live streaming, you make money live streaming gaming. That's if you're Mr. Peanut, yeah, of course. But we are not Mr. Peanut. You know. So if I game 2 hours, that's where I could have learned something. Where I could go to my boss and say, oh, you want this done? I just learned this. Now more valuable for the company, and I may get a raise out of it. Down the line. I'm not getting a raise from sitting and playing Fallout or swing your dick at a barrel game for 5 hours. You know. So it's all about, like, or in my opinion, it's all about you have to, but it's a min-max situation, kinda, you know. You should do most of the things that will make your life better, and then also set time away where you can just do whatever the fuck. If you want to sit with a beer in your hand and jerk off all day, set time away from that. But it should not be what you do 90% of the time. Because then you get to be 60, 90 years old. And you're like, shit. I basically accomplished nothing. So it's, and again, Linux comes into it here. Like, you running Linux and being a FOSS advocate. Are you making money off it? Are you getting a skill that you can monetize? Well, if you're a Linux YouTuber, of course you are. But if you are not, well, who gives a fuck then? So... It's just mind-boggling how Linux has become into this tech cult. So why are you telling nerds to touch Crash when you spend 2 hours on a live stream? If you took the brain cell that's masturbating right now, and the brain cell that finds monkey shit really, really fucking complicated, and you put them together and you think about why I'm doing this right now, you will understand it. But you have to take those two brain cells and really force them to work together. And see why this is beneficial. And you also have to remember, while you are nerding out about your Linux shit, I'm working with it on a daily basis, okay? I'm doing all the things you wish you did. So I have allowed myself to not code in the weekend, to not do IT shit in the weekend. This is the equivalent of me going out drinking with the boys. This is me time. So while you're sitting on Reddit and masturbating to the latest FOSS video you've seen, I'm actually making software that makes people's life better and companies make more money. Or help them not having problems with Windows or Linux or whatever they are running. So, but again, take those 2 brain cells, think about it a little bit. Maybe when the monkey-eating idiots brain cell stop doing that, they probably come up with an understanding of it. I know it's super complicated, but I believe in you. I have faith in you. I believe you have the brain power to do it. Are you doing this to learn? So not doing this for people to learn. Well, hopefully people will learn. Like I said, this is just fun for me. This, like, I could play a game right now. I could watch YouTube videos right now. I could watch Netflix right now. I could masturbate right now. I could take like a candlelight and shove it up my ass right now. I could be eating junk food right now. But I'm here talking to God knows like 10, 15 people. I don't know how many is in my live stream. This is probably more productive than any of those things. It's a place people come in and hang out. It's a place we can debate and talk about shit. It's a place where we can, you know, get new ideas up and running. And so far, barely any of those Linux idiots, nerds, Reddit, terminally online users are doing any of that. They're just terminally online. So, I'm actually providing a service. Oh yeah, Cuomo should have killed all Linux system users. Yeah, I forgot about that. You know. But the fun thing is here, so you have to remember this. The people criticizing you the most, like unnecessary criticism, are people that wish they did what you did right now. So they don't give you any like, why are you not doing this instead of this? They're just like, oh, you should not be doing this. Why? You should not do it. You can't tell me or anyone else to do this while you're doing that. They're not saying to you, oh, you should be coding right now instead. That's more productive than what you're doing right now. Or you should work on your editing skills, which I totally should, than doing this right now. They don't come with constructive feedback or criticism. They just throw criticism out there because they feel heard, and they actually low-key wish they could sit and doing whatever you were doing. You're like, oh, your coding sucks. Why? No, it just sucks. Well, show me. It just sucks. And that's because they low-key wish they were the ones sitting and coding right now. And the online world love doing this. It's not just Linux users. It's like, you know what the best thing ever happened to me was? When I moved my channel for a while, I wanted to try this, doing the tutorial channel, which didn't work because people don't want to watch tutorials anymore. It taught me one thing. The best thing you can ever do as a content creator, never read the comments. And I will show you why. That's why. No, AI... companies are getting into so much problem with AI coding for them. So AI is doing the coding, but now they spend more time bug fixing scalability issues. It's just a fucking mess. No, because if you make videos about the comments, you are basically enforcing bad comments, so to speak, because it gives them attention. I read the comments every time I upload a video. I go in and look at the is there anyone I have to ban kind of section. So there's a they're calling it hold or something like that. So when you log into YouTube, you have like a section with all your comments on all your videos, and then there's a section that's like a review of a review. So if people say shit they should not be saying and stuff like that, that's the only one I look at. And then once in a while, I will go look at a few comments for like 2 seconds. Give a heart or a thumbs up, and that's it. I'm not loaded, but I have a comfortable life. But online discourse, so that means social media, comment section, forum post, Reddit, all of social media is 99% useless as a way of having a discourse. It's great for promotion. It's great for giving information out there. It's super bad to have a debate or conversation. Because the people, most of the people that have time to have a talk, debate online, well, they need to have a lot of time. So that means that it's people that typically don't do what they're saying or working in the field that they want to give an opinion on. Few of them could be retirees and stuff like that, but most are just hobbyists that think they know anything else. Yeah, you have 2 Teslas and a Lambo, 5 Ferraris, and then a Ford Ka and a Fiat 500. Yeah, no, the most active commenters, you stay away from them. Because they spend all their time talking about a thing instead of doing a thing. So the people that are in coding forums and you see them talk about coding all the fucking time, stay away from them, because they don't have time to code, but they have a lot of time to debate about coding. Or IT solutions, or whatever the fuck it is. And you don't get better at those things by talking about it. You get better at doing. So... So the best thing I've ever done for myself was stop reading comments. And don't give a fuck about them. They are the most unproductive thing about YouTube videos are the comment section. They are as productive as you walking by a random person and say, hey, nice weather today. Oh, look at that pretty girl over there. Oh, that's a new shop. Yeah, have you been in there? Yeah, it's kind of okay. That's to the extent YouTube comments, Reddit, social media is useful for. If you're not someone trying to promote a thing, make money off a thing, etc., etc., etc. And the people that are terminally online are wasting their life. And said people will agree with me when they get about 70 years old. And they are childless, wife, husbandless, or furry-less, or whatever the fuck they fuck. No friends other than online friends. Right now, they don't give a fuck because they are young, they can do whatever they want, they have a lot of time. Or they think they do. Instagram, anything that's social media is a problem. Or have those issues. I will not say it's a problem, but have those issues. No, it's not. Then you don't know what furries is. It's still creepy, but it's not illegal. It's just a kink. The other thing is illegal. So when the internet came about, they said that, oh, it's going to make people smarter because they have access to all the knowledge. We are now, as a human race, less intelligent than people was in the 60s and 70s. And we have the internet. We have access to information so fast. And we are now more stupid than people was in the 70s and 60s. All the IQ points we have accumulated from that time up till now, we have lost in the last 2 or 3 years. I think they said from 2020 to now, we lost all of those IQ points as a collective. Meaning human race as a collective. So imagine what AI is going to do. Because now you really don't have to think anymore. Oh, but we're getting information so much better, our life going so much easier. Yeah, but you're getting more and more stupid. Why do you think short form content is so popular? Because you don't have to think. It's just dopamine hit after dopamine hit. You don't have to think. If you ask someone that's doom scroll for 30 minutes what the first short and middle short they watch and what they learn from it, they will not even fucking remember what... They may remember the last 5 shorts or TikToks. Like, we're heading toward, Wall-E. The people that sit in those egg-shaped thrones. This is where we're heading. Getting our fucking junk food delivered, which I got today, by the way. Getting all our information, our little tops, and then just zooming around, doing nothing. AI, like, it's not a matter about if you are smart or not smart. AI is amazing for a lot of things. That's the problem. Just like the internet is amazing for a lot of things. It means you have to think less. That's the problem, is that it's actually working. It's actually good. Because you have to think less. You have to do less. It's like idiocracy. All these videos where they look into the future, like, oh, everyone is so fucking stupid, they can't, wipe their own ass. All of that fucking bullshit is becoming a reality. Because society requires less and less of us. And because people then are bored, and because they don't get stimulated at work or in their human-to-human relationships, they go online and become toxic idiots or know-it-alls. Because everyone's gotten so stupid that they are the smart one, or think that they are the smart one in their circle. Because they know one thing everyone else don't know, or most people don't know. It's kind of sad, but it's look at the news. The news used to be able to catch people for half an hour talking about grown-up shit. Economy, conflicts, geopolitical shit. Nowadays, if there's not like an explosion or death or some fake news clickbaity fucking shit within the first 30 minutes, people are losing interest. People used to be able to read a newspaper for 2 hours to get informed and learn. If that newspaper don't fucking explode in their hands, they won't even look at it. We have become the hamsters in the wheel that are hitting the orgasm button instead of eating the food. That's us now. It's all about... like, I'm not blaming anyone because everything is centered around doing those things. Because why is short so nice? It triggers dopamines all the fucking time. You can't say no. You get addicted to that shit. It's not your fault. But you're making a few people a lot of money by being like that. And then you learn like a catchphrase, or you see like a pro X, Y, and Z say some fancy words that sound smart, and you're just regurgitating all those words. Because it makes you think that you're smart because, well, they said this thing that sounded smart about Linux or poverty or men versus women or women versus men. Or it sounded really, really fucking intelligent. But you have no idea why they're saying it. You have no data to back it up. And a lot of Linux users do this. Like, when you talk to a hardcore Linux user, you can almost see what content creator they're watching the most. Because they're just regurgitating the same talking point they're saying. Maybe they will put a little bit of a spin on it. Like, okay, show me the white paper you read that in. Show me the chart you found that. Show me the blog post. I saw this video. And then you go on to the video, and then they're just regurgitating something another person has said. Or they have heard from a friend's dog fucking cousin that said something. This is the world we live. Most of the information, not all, but most of the information we're getting nowadays is just... We hear something and regurgitating it. Because people are so lazy and stupid nowadays that they don't want to confirm what they hear or look into. They're not skeptical anymore. We are just gullible money-making machines. And what I mean by money-making is we go onto YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and we use those things so much all the time that we are making money via ads and screen time and all that fucking shit for the people owning it. We are their ATM machines. And they know how to push your button so you stay in there. Why do you think most Linux, most YouTube videos, are fake rage baiting titles, etc., etc.? It's the only thing that works. Clickbait works. If we didn't do rage bait / quick clickbait, nobody would watch 90% of the videos. Everyone say, oh, stop doing rage bait, stop doing clickbait, then start clicking on the ones that are not that. Or we want more tutorials, more education. Start watching it instead of saying you want it. My latest video almost got any views that in 15 minutes explains the whole storyline from free software to open source till now. You actually learn something. But if I make a video saying that Linux users are worse than fucking cancer and they're a centipede that eat their own shit, thousands of people are watching it. So there is a big difference between what the world say they want and what they actually want. And I've called so many people out. That's fine. I know who you are. I see you in my comment section. But I only see you in the comment section on my rage bait videos, my clickbait videos, my videos that makes you emotional. You never comment on my educational videos. You never comment on my videos where you actually learn something. YouTube is such a simple concept. Like, content creation is a simple concept, okay? You get served what you want to watch as a collective. Who would have thought that the user base is bitching and moaning about a site that is serving them what they actually fucking want to watch? Because YouTube, the way titles are made, the way thumbnails are made, the way descriptions are made, are user feedback based. And the most successful ones are the ones that are willing to be morally corrupt and go all the way. Or been on the platform for 10 plus years. Because they are serving what people want to see. If everyone wants to see tutorial videos, it will be like 2010 all over again, where YouTube was 90% gaming and tutorial videos. How-to videos were the fucking biggest thing on earth for like almost a decade. Because people wanted to learn. They didn't want to take an education. They didn't want to go ask their grandpa. They would just want to watch a YouTube video and then do the thing. Now, they just want to get their dopamine fucking clicked off in their brains. You know. Yeah, DDR RAM is fucking bullshit, man. It's such a bullshit. Yeah, it's so... Yeah. It's... That's why we have toxic Linux creators. That's why we have toxic Linux users, because it works. They get hurt. They get the debate. They get people triggered. I keep telling people, like, I get a lot of people, why don't you do distribution views anymore? Why don't you do tutorial videos anymore? All you do is sit and bitch and moan about content creators and Linux users. And like, well, I can do what I did before and get 100 views. I can do what I do now and get thousands of views. What the fuck do you think? What do you think? YouTube is such a simple platform. As a content creator, we do what you want. And I mean the royal you, like the collective. So if you want less clickbait, you want less rage bait, you want less fake news, you want less AI slop, stop clicking on it and stop watching it. If people stopped watching all the AI generated videos out there, nobody would make them. Nobody would make them. It's that fucking simple. As a viewer, you have no idea how easy it is as a viewer on YouTube to dictate the platform. Because this whole thing exists because of your viewing habits. You have the control. You are in the power. 90% of what's going on YouTube is user-based. It can't be more Linux-like if you think about it. I am just a servant. I'm just someone that wants to be creative and likes to be creative, that are serving you what you want, with my own little twist on it. If I got 100 views watching my YouTube video or my live streams coding, talking about IT problems, do you think I would not do that? It would be stupid not to do that. It's not YouTube forcing us to do shit. It's the viewers forcing YouTubers to doing what we're doing right now. You know the saying, vote with your wallet, vote with your eyeballs. And I love when these people, oh, you should do more of this, and then when I do it, nobody watch it. So you're lying to me then. That's the concept the only concept I can come up with. Because if people wanted more of this, that's why I can't stop laughing. Oh, why you're so rage baity and stuff, because it works. You are only here because I made a rage baity title. There would be maybe 5 people here, 2 people here if I made like a really serious educational live stream right now. So please stop fucking blaming the content creators when basically, I'm sad to say it and I know this is toxic, but you are the problem here. You want to have power as a viewer? You want to control things as a viewer? Congratulations, you actually do. This is the forum where you actually have voting power. We are just doing what you are voting for. So don't vote for slop and then get angry when you get slop. I can't stop scrolling. Keep on scrolling, baby. Nobody can, and that's why it's so powerful. If I can't sleep at like 3 a.m., I fucking doom scroll as a maniac myself. I'm almost doom scrolling so fast my phone is ejaculating all over the place. It's we are all a symptom of this. And I also watch AI slop once in a while. Because, oh, this is actually a fucking good video. Or it's entertaining, or it's funny how bad it is. But you have to start to take control over your, what is it called? Your recommended feed. Recommended is not what YouTube want you to watch, it's what YouTube think you want to watch according to your viewing habits. I didn't watch YouTube Short for a long time. Like, I only really watched like the last 2 or 3 years. I almost never got any YouTube Short recommended. Never. But now, because I watch it quite a lot, lo and behold, I get a shit ton of YouTube Shorts recommended. Well, you have the power. This is one of those few places on YouTube where you can actually say, you actually have the power. So, I like to watch body cam videos. But it gets fucking dark watching that all the time, you know. And sometimes I just want either documentaries or F1 or car-related videos or just, you know, feel-good videos. So I sit for a day, just watch nothing but that. For like a day or two. Then it kind of resets my algorithm a little bit. So I get a good mixture between body cam videos, educational videos, history videos, and feel-good videos. But if I sit for a week and watch nothing but real crime this, body cam this, interview room, court this video, my whole feed is nothing but fucking the worst people on fucking earth. Combat this situation, there's people getting their arms blown off, people getting fucking molested all over the place, and like, you think the world is the worst place to live. So I have to do this also myself. You know, reset my algorithm a little bit. I actually did that today before I live streamed. I watched a lot of videos like day in a life in like Malaysia, Japan, Korea, blah, 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 blah. To get more lifestyle videos into my feed. So for like 3 hours, I just watched nothing but lifestyle videos. You have the power. This is why this irritates me so much. When people go into my comment section and Discord and yell at me for doing things, I'm like, I do exactly what the majority of people want me to do. And it's shown in my analytics. And if I was really fucking aggressive about it, I would make way more videos and do it way more aggressively and make way more money and get way more subscribers. I just don't have the time or need or want to do that. The people that say that YouTube have changed, it's not so much YouTube changing, it's the viewers have changed. Like, what the viewers want changes. So back in the day, YouTube was all about cat videos. Then it changed out to how-to videos. So for like 5-8 years, if you put how-to in your video, it was a little bit like you get like 1,000 or hundreds extra views for free, basically. Now it's putting AI in them or something like that. Or being toxic, or being clickbaity, or being emotional, aggravating. It's like the new get free views, basically. And the people that have a hard time, or that now have a hard time, is the how-to people that just don't want to admit that their viewer base, or the viewer base on YouTube collectively have gotten more stupid. And the viewer base on YouTube collectively don't want to learn anymore, they just want to get entertained or emotional. And they don't want to go with that change, because it's against their morals or what they like doing, which I totally 100,000% get. But that also means you are now a dinosaur and you're dead on YouTube. Because it's not that the content changed, it's not that the content creator changed. It's the viewer, what the viewers want change. Now it's like true crime, body cam videos, court appearances, and criminal interrogations. If you do that, you can print money right now. But maybe in like, I don't know, 3 or 4 years, it's something new. It could be self-improvement. That's the next thing the collective get into. It's just how it is. But it's all viewer-based. The only people that do what they want and not what the viewers want are the people with low subscriber counts and low viewer counts. Because they actually make videos that they want to make. Most of the time. Most of the time, people make videos they want to make, and then it hits with the viewer base. Because, like, a lot of people, they really want to do true crime. And then they do true crime. Podcasts used to be like that. Podcasts are dying out a little bit. It's always been the year of the Windows desktop. So funny enough, long-form videos are starting to come back a little bit. More and more people want to watch videos that are longer now than short-form videos. So 15 minutes plus videos. Funny enough. I think short-form content is starting to... It's not, it will never die out because it's such a dopamine fix, but certain forms of short form content is starting to die out. Yeah, a lot of people like to watch gaming VODs. Like Let's Play used to be super big, but now they want the, you know, like a live stream experience where they watch like 3 or 4 hours, and then if they are at work or before they go to work, or before they go to bed, they watch like the highlights to see which live stream. There's a lot going on in this live stream. And then you watch that whole 3, 4, 5 hours live stream. So the short form content for gamers is kind of like a trailer for their live stream. So if there's a live stream where a lot of things goes on, there's a lot of shorts, basically trailers for it, that means, this is a good, you know, I should be watching this whole live stream instead of just small little tidbits out of it. Or if a podcast gets clipped a lot, I should watch this whole podcast. You know, no, you don't, but a lot of people do. But yeah, it's just funny that people come in with so many demands, and then when you actually do what they tell you to do, they don't watch it. Because they think that... Well, it's a normal thing. A lot of people, they think they know what they want, but they really... Because everyone wants to be an intellectual. Everyone wants to be a smart person. Everyone wants to be the smartest person in the room. But when it comes down to it, they don't want to put in the effort it takes to be the smartest person in the room or to become an intellectual. So while they say they want stuff that helps them to become that, they'd rather watch cat videos. They'd rather watch Mr. Penis getting his latest kill streak in Ark Raiders than watching quantum physics videos that's an hour long and boring as fuck. They say and think they want the quantum physics video because it makes them look smarter and more grown up and shit like that. But if you give them like that video and 5 Mr. Peanut video, some Mr. Beast videos, and some Linux hype videos, they will click on all of that shit before they click on the quantum physics video. And then, sadly I don't have time for the quantum physics video, let's go to bed, or go to work, or fuck the wife, or yell at the dog, or whatever they need to do. Humans has a tendency to live in their heads a lot. Like, I want this. I want to do this, and then they do the totally opposite because it's more convenient. Or it's easier. You know, it's it's a funny thing that humans are actually that predictable. Again, look at the fucking desktop market share graph here. How many videos have you seen about Windows dying? Does it look like Windows is dying? I don't see a massive pitfall anywhere here. There are some dips, but not massively. It's not like a cliff where it's like, whoop, this is going down fast. We all want to sit here and say, oh no, everyone is tired of Windows. Nobody wants to want Windows. Blah, blah, blah. Well, we can live on the hype and we want to live in this world, or we can live in reality. This is reality. This is reality. As much as we want to make videos and bits and moan and blah, 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 all you can go out from is the best available data, and this is the best available data we have. It's not 100%, but it's the best available data. And no matter how you will copium your way into not being this is how the world looks like. You can live in reality, or you can live in this like, I'm an intellectual, I'm a smart person, I'd rather watch educational videos than Mr. Beast and Mr. Peanuts and all that shit, while you're sitting and masturbating and watching Mr. Beast videos and Mr. Peanuts videos. You can either live in your head or in reality. That's the thing. And most people don't like reality because reality sucks. Reality is not fun. Reality is corrupt. Reality don't give a fuck about you. So a lot of people want to live in the make-believe world they have them in their head. And they take that make-believe thing in their head and they try to push that into reality. Health in all sizes. Yeah, oh, my blood pressure is like 10,000 over 10,000. I could fucking lift a fucking forklift with my blood pressure. But I'm still healthy because I weigh 10 tons. You can live in your head, or you can live in reality. So because we don't like reality, because it's too uncomfortable, we take what's in our head and we try to push that into reality. There is a billion genders. I like the world in my head. I want to push that into reality. Because it's more comfortable for me to have that in reality. Because reality sucks. Reality is dangerous. Reality don't give a fuck. So I'll take my make-believe world I have in my head and try and make that reality. This is how most people work. Most Linux videos lack data. It's all make-believes, I think. There's videos like Linux is 5% of the US market share. Or 5% of the world. No, let me try again. Yeah, 5% of the world. Why? How did they came to that number? Well, so if you look at the us.gov, 5% of hits is Linux. Okay, so let's look at who's watching this. Who is going on to us.gov or whatever the United States main website is? Well, US native or politicians or people that want to migrate. So, around United States natives, politicians, and people that want to migrate to the United States government, 5% of those are running Linux. This is excluding a lot of countries. A lot of countries where maybe only 0.0001% of the population are looking at us.gov. So why are they using this? Well, why? Because 5% is better than 4.1% or 3.8%. So technically, where's my mouse? Yeah. Technically, this is actually right. If I just admit this. So technically, if I say, well, 5% of Linux users, there's 5% Linux users in the US. Or, well, we just read 5% of Linux users, desktop users. I don't have to tell you how I got the data. Because people, 5%, you must get the right data. Because people don't ask. You don't see in the comment section where someone say, like, Joe over here, don't ask how. He just says, yes. You don't like, how did you get to those 5%? Because I've heard people say 4.1 or 3.8, and they've shown me data that says that. Where did you get it from? And most don't say that. Or they're like, well, it's the United States government. We're the biggest country on earth with most people living in it. That's not true, but one of the biggest one. So therefore, everyone on earth wants to watch our governmental site. So therefore, it's a valid number. That in of itself is just like, okay, that don't make any sense whatsoever. So we come into the confirmation bias problem here again, is that Joe really, really like 5%. He don't give a fuck about it being right or not, because he likes it. It seems like, something has happened. And he wanted it to be true. So because he wanted it to be true, he don't look into it. This is also why, a lot of, like, domestic violence is not being reported so much and stuff like that. By people knowing about it. So that means, like, if their spouses disagreement and they hate each other, family members won't really report it, or neighbors rarely report it unless it gets super fucking dangerous. Because they don't want it to be truth, because I should have said something earlier, What if they found out that I've known about this for a year and I'm only speaking now? So they become kind of compliant in it. Because they don't do anything about it. Because it's like uncomfortable. Or they have had a suspicion for a long time. What if I get caught out on that? And blah, blah, blah. So they don't actually, they come into that like little bubble they live in. And it's the same with Joe. He wants Linux to be better. He wants Linux to be bigger. So when he hears a bigger number, he's like, Scooby seems like a trustworthy guy, so I will believe him. There's not enough skepticism in this world. And here's another thing. If you are skeptical, you get called out. You are a hater. You are this. You're working for the other side. How dare you question us? You have to be skeptical about anything you hear. Trust but verify. But most people are so used to just go with what they like to hear. Because it's comfortable and it's the easiest path of life. And they also don't want to believe that people want to misinform them. Or misguide them. Because they seem like nice people. We don't want to live in a world where we have to be skeptical about everything. And everyone potentially is out to mislead us and use us and stuff. No. We want to live in this, like I said, we want to live in the world we have in our head and not in reality. So a lot of misinformation, and this happens a lot in management, by the way. If you're critical towards management, they go nuts. Because they just want obedient servants. Just like the Linux users, the Linux YouTubers want obedient servants. Because it furthers their cause. They think. It don't, it actually hinder it and hurt it. Because skepticism, questioning, is not bad. It just means that, are we actually doing the right thing here? Are we on the right track here? And you see that way before, way earlier, if you are critical and skeptic. Versus if you're just a yes person and believing everything the manager says, everything your favorite conservator says, then this little thing here that's not big of an issue now becomes massive 1 year, 2 years down the line. Or you get called out for have lied or misled or misinterpreted or cancelled because you didn't verify something 100%. Where if you just like, oh, let me look into it, like, oh, I got it wrong because this and this, you can't be cancelled, you can't be misleading people, blah, 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 blah. But we don't want to live in that world. We want to live in the world where everything our favorite people say is nice, and our managers and leaders, they want our best interests at heart, you know. No. Like, if you work in a place where you can't be skeptical, you get the fuck out of there. That's never going to be a productive place to work, and it's also not going to be a place that's going to last long. May last a few years, maybe a decade, but that's about it. And Linux is one big vacuum chamber of yes people. There's nothing worse than that. Nothing kills something more than be in an echo chamber. Look at the market share increase of look at this up here. You know, look at this here. This is a year's growth. So this is January 2025. If we had to believe all the fucking hype going on YouTube, Linux should be here. So, make believe, reality. And YouTube is a lot of make believe. Politics has become a lot of make believes. Science has become a lot of make believe. Oh, you can't say this thing because it's going to hurt this population, or it's going to hurt these people's feelings. Again, we let's live in this little world up here. And because we want to live in that world, AI is going to become taking over more easily. Fake news, rage bait, emotional driven content is going to take over. It's yeah, the more smart, in quotes, we become as a human society, or let me put it another way. The more access to knowledge that we get, the dumber we get. Figure that one out. Because access... I can draw it out. Give me a second there. So... So this is like access to knowledge. I don't know how to say it. So more studying, the harder it gets to... The more harder to... You need to study more to understand it, if you get what I'm saying here. Okay? So the more access to knowledge that you have, the more you realize that you have to actually apply yourself more. Where if you thought, where's the mouse? Oh. If you thought this is all the knowledge there is because you just don't have access to it, well, it's not that high of ceiling to reach. That means that you don't have to educate yourself. You don't have to apply yourself that much. But then you figure out there's a level here. You have to apply yourself more. There's a level here. To get to here, you have to apply yourself even more. So that means more reading, understanding, learning, blah, 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 all of that shit. But if you think there's nothing more to math than 2 + 2 = 4, that's it. That's the most complicated math ever. That's easy, that's nice. Then you learn a little bit about algebra. Oh shit, I need to apply my then, learn all these fucking fancy fucking third divisions and all that fucking shit. You're like, holy shit, this is a lot. There's a lot I don't know. I need to actually apply myself. Let's step back a little bit. Let's just go back to like 2 + 2 is the only math I need. So people will stay here or maybe here. Because it's comfortable, they don't have to apply themselves too much, blah, blah, blah. So just because you have access to knowledge don't mean that people are going to use it. Because most are not, because it's the more complicated a subject becomes, the more you have to pay attention and the more boring it becomes. Like you can't sit around and joke around and do stand-up comedy explaining quantum physics or, theoretical physics algebra or something like that, because you need to fucking pay attention to what's going on, or else you will lose the thread really, really fast. But you have 2 apples in one hand, you have 2 apples in another hand. If I throw them at you, you have 4 apples coming at you. That's simple to understand. You can fuck around and joke around in there. So it's not boring to learn. So all more access to knowledge have taught people and taught the world is that, yeah, most people don't actually want to apply themselves. So it don't fucking matter. And if you then put AI into it, where now you don't have to do this, because you could just ask the AI and then make you look like you are here, but in reality you are here. So this is where you, again, where you think you are in your head and where you are in reality. Because you have this intermediate up here called AI that will cheat your way into here for like a split second. You ask the AI that gives you like in a split second an answer. You can give that answer to someone. Oh, look how smart I am. Oh, I can vibe code this project. Look how good of a coder I am. I'm a vibe coder. Yeah, but this is a problem. How do you fix it? I have no fucking idea. Let's ask the AI again. You ask the AI to fix a problem the AI made. That if you just know a little bit about coding, you would not have made yourself. That's the danger of AI. It makes, again, a lot of people love to live in their heads. And it makes it so much easier for them to live in their heads. And make them think they're smarter than they are. And you see a lot of businessmen doing this. You see a lot of bosses doing this. Because they think it's all about being the smartest company in the world. Instead of actually providing good service, products, etc., etc., etc. Buzzword is so it kind of is in the name boss, there's a boss around it, and word, it's like everyone is talking about it, so therefore it must be good. Again, living in your head versus reality. Just because everyone's talking about it don't mean it. Like, heroin, fucking great, dude. I forget all my problems, man. I'm fucking living the dream, man. I can party all night long. Oh shit, I overdosed last night. You get what I'm coming? Like, if you didn't, see all the side effects from injecting yourself with this fucking shit, you only heard all the positive shit, you would think it's the best thing since fucking water, man. How did we live as a society without it? That's why buzzwords are dangerous, because again, it's like, oh, I live in my head. I like this world. Who won't want to live, who as a business owner or manager, who would not want an automated system that is cheaper and faster than a human being and more reliable? It's every manager, CEO's wet fucking dream. So of course, I want this to be true because it would save me a lot of money, less hassle, no sick days, all of that. I don't have to deal with humans, basically. Of course they're going to love it. So they want it to be true, so therefore they are hyping it up and buffing it up and talking about it. And because everyone's talking about it, because everyone's talking about it, it must be true. Living in your head versus reality. And then most of the time, reality is coming and kicking them in the ass, and that's when you get the bubble burst. The .NET bubble burst, the home assurance loans burst, or what the for home market burst, or what it was we had in 2008. And now the AI bubble is about to burst. Because reality is coming and kicking them in the balls. And a lot of people, that's where we kind of are now, have been hyping AI up so much, where you get into a situation where if I then retract my statement, retract my view on AI, I admit defeat, and I admit that I was too early on the trigger, and I have potentially wasted a lot of company money. A lot of people don't want to do that. So they are willingly fueling the bubble, willingly knowing that they're doing something wrong, just because they don't want to lose faith or face. They don't want to take that ego hit. And that's typically what happens before the bubble burst. Where a lot of people know that they are basically betting on a futile thing and they're just waiting for it to burst and hoping that they won't get found out as being phonies and blah 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 and all that shit. And you typically will see that when your bosses and your managers start to talk less and less about a thing, but when it comes up, they will still be, yeah, it's a good thing. But they won't talk much about like they did. Like, in the beginning, they can't shut their mouth, and then they just slowly, silently just get like, they just sit in the background, just listen. And then if you ask them a question, they will still, oh, yeah, it's still the best thing, and we should still invest in it and stuff like that. But they will mostly just stay quiet and hope that they won't get found out as being a hype machine, basically. Did he say MILFs? It's oh, I should turn it around, it'll probably work. It's a fun thing, man. It's a fun thing. And when I say fun, I mean scary. But in the end, none of this shit matters. Because the rich were still getting more rich because they know how to use these situations for their benefit. The poor will still be poor. The slobs will still be slobs. Idiots will still be idiots. Just like, and then you die and nothing matters. Well, apparently, according to new studies in quantum physics, because of quantum entanglement, you actually never dies. Or never die. You just live on in another place in some way, shape, or form. At least that's what the math again, it's quantum mechanics are fucking weird. Yeah. No, it's the superposition. What is it called? The superposition or quantum entanglement? I can't remember. It's one of those two things. No. Superposition is... They also believe now that when you watch something, you see all possible outcomes, but because of the observer paradigm, or what it's called, where if you observe an object, if it changes shape, or blah, 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 all of the ones that you're observing will disappear, and that's only the one that you're not observing getting back. So if you see red, that means you've seen all your other colors, but because you observed them, you've altered them, so only the red one is left because you've not observed it. Something of that nature. Interesting shit. I listen to that shit while I'm going to sleep, by the way. There's like... There's videos like... Physics... new physics laws are to fall asleep to. New history, or... history to fall asleep for, and all that fucking shit. Oh, yeah. No. Just mention anything with physics behind it, and you've won over like 90% of humanity. They think you are like Einstein or something like that. You know. It's a fun... And here's the thing, nobody really fucking understands it anyway, like 100%. It's all like it's theory. You know? They're doing something with space-time now, where they found a loophole or something like that. It's... I need to watch that video. It's an interesting thing. It's a super interesting thing. It's not about who... This is, again, a big misconception. It's either about being the best, the smartest, the what... It don't fucking matter. It's all about who makes the biggest impact. Was Einstein the smartest? Who fucking gives a fuck? But he gave us the traditional physics theory of everything. You know. Oh, this is the best OS. Is everyone using it? No. Then who gives a fuck if it's the most stable, most secure? This is the most powerful console. Is the most used? No. Then who gives a fuck? You know. It really don't matter. Again, this is like the... Actually, when you think about it, it's actually a low IQ argumental point towards validating your opinion. But it's the best. On paper, it's the fastest. It's technically more secure. Because it's a point that, again, technically could be right. But that don't indicate that it's the best. Because the best is what the majority of people are using. Because people don't, like, nobody's going to use the non-best thing. If you have everything available for you, you're not going to choose the lesser. I can get a car that drives, or I can drive my car that don't drive. You're not going to take your car that don't drive, you take your car that drives. You know, like... So the best is like, what is the most used? That's like what fits the best for most people. They don't mean that it's the technically the best, or it's the scientifically the best, or it's measurable the best. It's just the thing that fits most people. And there can be some forces from the outside or inside that pushes it into becoming the most used thing. Unjustifiable or not. But the reality, again, live in our world versus reality. Reality is that, again, that's how the world works. You know? If people have done scummy shit to make it the most used thing ever, it is what it is. You can't go back and change time. That's another thing Linux use. They love to sit and bitch and moan about Microsoft in the 90s and early 2000s. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Oh, Microsoft today is the worst thing. What are you going to do about it? Do you think running Linux is going to change that? They are making billions of dollars every minute. Or maybe not every minute, but every month. Do you think that that's going to change because you make a YouTube video about how great Linux is? Like, live in our heads, reality. I need to have a t-shirt about that. And it's just like... And you see that, again... The more access people have to voice their opinion and their thoughts, the more and more you see that, because the more access you have to communication with other people, or the more people you can reach, there's a higher chance you find people that think like you. And people love to find other people that think like they do, and then make a band, and make crappy music. And then when you get enough people together, you start to collectively think that, oh, we must be on to something here. And then you get all the Twitter activists, all the crazy people that speaks for like 0.1% of society, but think they're speaking for 100% of society. Because they all have agreed, all 1,000 of them have agreed in a local meeting at the local gym department that they were right. Because we are 1,000 people that are right, that means that because everyone in here is right, everyone in here agrees, that means the whole world agrees with us. And then they go out and do crazy shit. And won't believe that the rest of the world don't agree with them. But we are 1,000 people, yeah, but there are billions of people in the world. Congratulations, you just have to find 1,000 crazy people. And that's the world we live in now. It's never been easier for stupid people to find other stupid people together with. And to live in a vacuum. That's also why people stop learning so much. Because people nowadays are not friends with they agree with. Why should they? It's so much easier to find friends they agree with. Because they have access to more people. Back in the day when they didn't have access to so many people, well, there are, let's just say, in where you live, there may only be 1,000 people in your near vicinity you can associate with. There's a big chance that a lot of those people are not going to agree with 100% everything you say. So you deal with that. Now, if you don't like what someone say, you just get more friends online in different countries, a different part of the country. You're not forced to be friends with people you disagree with anymore. Because everyone is connected. So you're not getting challenged on your viewpoints and your ideas anymore. Oh, you did this one thing I don't agree with. You are out that this random person on the internet is in. Or 10 miles off the street or off the county I never talked to or anything like that. They are now my friend. And I've seen them once in real life in 10 years. But we talk every day on our phones and whatnot. Before all of this shit, you had a finite amount of people that you were in contact with. That limit your dating pool, your friend pool, and all that shit. And it forced you to be more lenient, more diverse, more open. Nowadays, I don't like what you're saying. I'm finding someone else. There's billions of people on the internet. Or on social media, or whatever the fuck it is. So we are building all these echo chambers with, like, compartmentalized ideas, and we cannot tolerate foreign ideas or foreign views because how dare you challenge my viewpoint? It's making me uncomfortable. You are micro-triggering me. Again, that's why, collectively, we have gotten more stupid. Because we don't have the debates like we had many, many years ago. We don't have friends that we disagree with once in a while. And we actually have a long conversation about said idea we agree with. We're not getting challenged anymore. We're just sitting in our Wall-E scooters with our all other Wall-E scooter friends, getting dumber and dumber and dumber. And AI is just making it accelerate. It's a scary world we live in. But there's one there's one good thing. You only have to live in it once. At least that's what, you know, what the evidence is telling us so far. You know. Who knows if we get reincarnated or energy transference and all that fucking shit, or if there is a god or not, you know, but this is what it is, and then when it's done, it's done. You know, like, so you can kinda put in as many fucks as you want, basically, you know. Do I want to give fucks about it, or do I not want to give fucks about it? But the more fucks you give about a lot of things, the more hassle you will have in life. And there's a lot of things people ignore because they want to live that comfortable life. Like, we're sitting here with internet and warmth and eating and drinking, and I was actually debating on getting drunk. I have like a bottle of fucking whiskey over on my table that I need to drink at some point. Like, basically, we're living like kings and queens, and there is... Hello, there's a lot of people in the world that don't even have fucking running water right now. Definitely don't have internet. And we are sitting here bitching and moaning about Windows versus Linux, FOSS versus non-FOSS, while people are starving to death. Or getting, you know, mistreated to death. Getting prosecuted and put in jail by dictators and shit like that for looking weirdly or having weird ideas, or in their opinion, looking weirdly at weird ideas. And we are sitting here and like, oh, you have to Linux desktop. Linux is more stable than Windows. You can customize Linux. I think we forget how thankful we should be for our situation, that we can sit and talk like that. That we can sit and be idiots that's terminally online on Reddit and stuff like that. That's a privilege that most people will die to get to. Or a lot of people will. In other places of this earth. But we tend to forget that because it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to know that you have like 5 laptops and there are people on this earth that can't even get their next meal. It's uncomfortable to say like, oh, I want a raise because I think I deserve more, so I can buy more useless shit, while someone's sister or brother is dying right now because of starvation. Or drought. Or because they got put into jail because a dictator didn't like them. Or they got beaten up by a family member. That's super uncomfortable to have in your head. So we don't think about it. Again, reality versus living in your head. Well, it's not a first world problem. It's just a human problem. It's a human problem. We don't like to think about the uncomfortable things, which also make us way more suggestible than we should be. Because most people don't want to go out and talk to a stranger and think that that person could hurt me. You know, Because if you run around and think like that about everyone, you'll get stressed out of your fucking mind. But that's the reality of the world we live in. Every new person you meet could potentially hurt you or kill you. You don't fucking know. You could stand in line with your local mass murder without knowing it. But you don't want to think like that. Because it makes you fucking anxious like a motherfucker. You know. You'll see what. We have shadies. I don't know what that means. Yeah, we tend as well. What is the saying? Your worst day was your last worst day, or something like that. Like it's all like reality. It's all. The worst thing that ever happened to you is the worst thing that ever happened to you. That's the saying. Which means that you can't comprehend the worst thing that happened to someone else, really. Oh, drones. Gotcha. It's a interesting thing. And again, take it into Linux. Why do a lot of people, when they get into Linux, stay with that mindset? Well, for them to get out of that mindset, they have to take the hit to their ego that says, oh, I was actually wrong. You know, or I got misled, so that means that they're gullible. Or this YouTuber that I really, really like is bullshitting me. Nobody or a lot of people don't want to acknowledge that. So they just enforce the belief. They enforce the lie. They become part of the problem instead of the solution, because you have to become part of the solution. You have to admit that you were wrong. You have to admit that you did wrong. That you thought wrong. That you've been either manipulated, call it what you will. You believed in false promises, however you want to say it. Which a lot of people don't like because it's uncomfortable. So they just stay in it and keep with it. Because that's easier to digest. It's easier to believe a lie that's comfortable than breaking the lie and live in an uncomfortable reality. Like, it's compliance. What is it? Like, obedient compliance is what they're calling it. Where it becomes more comfortable and easier to just comply than not. And it goes all the way back to, like, they did a study on how so many normal German people went with what the regime did in the 40s. And it was that, it was just like, it's too uncomfortable and it's too difficult mentally and uncomfortable mentally to go against it. So they were just like obedient compliant or blindly obedient or whatever the fuck it's called. Because that was the easiest and most comfortable thing to do. And a lot of people fall into that. Because they may have been willingly accepting or willingly approving of something that was horrendous, but they didn't know that happened at that time. And then they find out, and they're like, oh shit, I'm compliant in this. Well, then it's easier to just keep going with it and ignore it. Or ignore it, that it happened. Which is almost worse in a lot of situations. You see that in a lot of, like, domestic situations where, you know, the mom or dad will just ignore that something happens in the household sometimes. Because it's too uncomfortable. It's too much mentally for them to deal with. And then they get manipulated by the offenders into staying that way. And there's a lot of other like psychological issues going on underneath that. But yeah. It's not elite. People following politicians is not elitism. That's tribalism. That's because in those places the government has fostered a tribalism mentality into its followers. And then it becomes, if you're not with us, you're against us, and you become a danger to our tribe. You are actually trying to hurt our tribe. Instead of just like, oh, you have a different idea, let's figure out what that difference is and can we find the middle ground. But a lot of leaders do that. Because it produces super loyal followers. And it produces an easy way of figuring out who you can control and who you can't control. Because if one person do a bad thing, it's so easy to ostracize them. And it's so easy to push them out. You see that a lot with social justice warriors. It's still tribalism, it's not elitism. They don't think they are better, they think they have the better idea. They think their tribe's idea is better. Elitism is a lot of individual. It's mostly individual. You think that you're better than anyone else. No, it's all about tribalism. Because tribalism becomes tribe and tribalism is not an individual thing. To be a tribe, you can't be an individual. And the more tribalistic you become, the more of the individualness you lose. That's why, like, social justice warriors, they almost have like they almost should have a website with what is approved to say today and not tomorrow, kind of thing. You know, today you can't say this, you can't do this. And if you just step one fucking step to the side, you get kicked out. And it stems, and it goes all the way down to like our survival instincts. Because back in the day, we could not survive without a tribe. So we rather be around a tribe that may do some bad shit once in a while, but we at least stayed alive. You know, at least we stayed alive. So yes, our tribe may eat other humans, but at least I'm not the one dying. Nowadays, that don't work that well, but we still have that mentality. Because it's baked into our DNA, or what you will call it. Islamic users more... as a collective, they are tribalism. As an individual, they are elitism. It depends on who... It depends if you're talking to one person or a group of people. Because if you think about it, what is a city? A city is a tribe. What is a country? It's a bigger tribe. And to some degree, you can say our city tribe is better than your city tribe, and there will be a little bit of elitism in there, but it's mostly rooted in tribalism. We do a lot of shit today that people did before. Like, we even thought about these things. Like, putting names to them. Because they work. They work. Tribalism is not... No, it's not like tribalism... So you can have tribalism. Tribalism don't have to be bad. It's how the leaders mold the tribe. And it's how the people in the tribe allows it to continue. Or allows it to be done. If that makes sense. Because nothing, or in most places, in most tribes or most cities and countries, nothing prevents you from leaving. Unless you're like in North Korea and stuff. But most of the places, if you don't like the tribe you're in, like the city tribe you're in, you can move to another city. And even another country if you don't like the country tribe you're in. In most places, not all, of course. But it's like if you get like leaders or that enforce a certain way of being a tribe, and they get people to co-sign it, basically, that's the dangerous part. That's why we get nothing done. Because they are poking on all the right dopamine, fixes and stuff like that. Dividing people is always a bad thing, yeah, of course. But there can be tribes that takes care of themselves. But you have to remember, division mostly is within the tribe itself. Is where the division is becoming a problem. Because we all know that there's a difference between this city and that city. And this city is doing things differently than that city. Division really, really becomes a problem when it's within the tribe itself. And that's normally if one group wants to take power over another group in the tribe. I would say political tribalism is... It's kind of bad all over the world. Not in most, especially in the Western world. I'm saying the Western world, the politicians has become more concerned about their image than actually fucking leading people. It's become like a reality show for them. It's becoming about them more than serving the people. Which then will enforce the tribalism even harder and division in the tribe and stuff like that. Because it's about me being right, it's only my way or the highway kind of mentality. Because politicians nowadays versus like, I would say the Second World War and down, back then it was more about serving the people, now it's about serving themselves. And it's not, it's again, most of the Western world. I see it in Denmark, I see it a lot in Sweden, and England is really bad with it also. It's but then again, we voted for those assholes. The people spoke. And I think it's because we have a lot of uneducated people around nowadays. They rather have their dopamine fixes and their fast food and being stroked along their dickheads than actually doing something that matters. And then the people that actually can think, they found out, like you said, how to control the populace. For their own gain. I would say like probably the last 30 years in the Western world, the vast majority of politicians has not been in politics to serve the people but to serve themselves. They either wanted power, money, influence, or the prestige that came with the job. Or the security that came with the job. If not more than maybe 50 years if you're like really skeptical. And it's kind of sad. But that's also what happens with a society when they get too big and too comfortable. Like, that was how the Roman Empire fall. They got too complacent. It became too political. They started to fight each other more than protecting the empire. And that's why it fell apart. You know? No, it's not always been like that. In the early days of any country, it was about serving the people. And then it become a little bit of a mix between both. And then, right, like I said, right before it starts to fall, it becomes super self-centered. You know? It's not... You have to remember one thing. We are talking about the loud minority versus the silent majority. And the reason why we have a lot of this shit going on nowadays is because the loud minority are so toxic and the silent majority are so fucking weak that they let it happen. Because they're afraid of getting cancelled, they're afraid of getting yelled at on social media, they're afraid not being able to get a job because these loud toxic minorities are stopping them for doing all of that shit. So they just step back. They don't want to take up the fight. They don't want complications in their life. They just let them do whatever the fuck they want and they just stay in the shadows. Because with all of the problems we have in the Western world right now is because of the loud minority. Most of them is. And it's because, well, what is the saying? All it takes for evil to prevail is if good people stop doing stop doing anything or whatever the fuck the saying is. And that's what's happening right now. People are too afraid of going against them. Because they don't want the inconvenience. And the politicians love this. Because then you only have to satisfy the loud minority. Like, do you want to try and satisfy thousands? Hundreds of thousands of people? Or do you just want to satisfy thousands of people? It's so much easier to just satisfy thousands of people instead of hundreds of thousands of people. And if the thousands of people are the only ones really voting, being vocal, I can deal with those. And the other hundreds of thousands are doing nothing. Who gives a fuck about them then? Good people need to stand up now. That's it. Because politicians will take advantage of this weakness. Again, it's the same with the toxicity in Linux. There is by far, thousands more good people in Linux than there's toxic. But who the fuck are the one you hear the most about? Who is the one that gives the Linux community the reputation that it has? Well, it's all the toxic ones. That's why there are YouTube videos, like I said before, that when they are a little bit critical about Linux, they have to make a... they have to, in the video, have a little bit of an apology. And say that, oh, I understand that it was my frustrations, and I didn't really read the manual, and they're not toxic, they're just passionate. Because it's easy to shut them up and just go with what they want. Because they actually know what they want. Because they're yelling and screaming about it. The silent majority, you don't know what they want because they're not saying anything, they're not doing anything. And you don't change the world by running around being idiots on the street. You don't. If you want to change the world, go into politics. Stop sitting on Twitter and masturbating to tweets and likes. Go into politics. Become a congressman, woman, or whatever. That's how you change the world. Or build something that changes the world for the better. By sitting and yelling and screaming or run around yelling and screaming don't help whatsoever. It just makes you look like a fool. Because you're really not doing any. You're airing your opinion, which is valid, but you're not doing anything. You might as well just yell into a wall. You know. They don't want. Again. That's not how they think. They just want to. Again, it's about the tribe. They want to be right. Because people have lost, because people are getting stupider, they have lost the ability to have a debate with people they disagree with. Or have a talk with people they disagree with. They just want to be right. They don't want to learn. They don't want to adapt. They just want to be right. Because the loud minority is nothing more than a group of stupid people that have found other stupid people on the internet that agree with them. And then those stupid people that agree with each other makes a group. And they think that because there are hundreds or thousands of us, we are talking for everyone, because the loud minority don't want to deal with them. They just let them do whatever they want. Because nobody's going to listen to those stupid people. But if they're the only ones speaking, then people will listen to them. Linux, politics, whatever it is, if the only ones speaking are the stupid people are being the one being listened to. A lot of what's going on in this world is kind of self-inflicted to some degree. Because people just, nobody's going to listen to them, they are stupid. What the fuck do you think? Like, you know, like, what the fuck do you think? If you ask for advice, and the only response you get is from crazy, stupid fucking idiots, well, how else are you going to do what, you know, or how else are you going to take that feedback? If the only advice you're getting is from stupid, crazy people. Or the majority of the advice you're getting is from crazy, stupid people. Well, then you have to listen to them. There's nobody else telling you what to do or giving you feedback or anything like that. And stupid, crazy people are really good at vacuuming so other people don't get a voice. Because now they have the control of the powerful people, because we're the only ones speaking to you, remember? We're the reason why you're in power, remember? Because these silent majority didn't say shit. So they can now control the people in power. It's a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy here. If you want toxicity to go away, don't accept it. Speak up. There's this saying, and I won't use the right thingy because it's not that good, but let's use professions. One day they came to lock up the blacksmith. Nobody spoke up. One day they came to lock up the bartender. Nobody spoke up. One day they came to lock away the mechanic. Nobody spoke up. Now they're coming to lock me up, and there's nobody left to speak up. This is what's happening right now. People are too pussy, too afraid to speak up because they have allowed bullies to control them. Because they don't want inconvenience in their life. They don't want to be cancelled. They're afraid of losing their job. And I get it. It's valid concern. Like, you need to fucking survive, you know. But what is the saying? There is nice people and good people. Nice people just want, you know, to be liked by everyone, which is the majority of the silent majority. And then there's good people. That means that sometimes you have to not be a good person, or be a little bit of a toxic person, or be a little bit of a nuisance to be a good person. There's not a lot of good people in this world. There's a lot of nice people in this world, and there's a lot of idiots. There's not a lot of good people. There's not a lot of people that are willing to do the uncomfortable things because it's the good thing and right thing to do. They'd rather just get along and not rock the boat and then let the crazy lunatics take over the world. Because how bad can it get? People have to see through that they are crazy people. You know? People have to have the mindset and intelligence to understand that they are really crazy. No, they don't. No, they fucking don't. People are so stupid. They don't. You know? And leaders, politicians, managers, they love to use this or fuel this. Because again, it's easier to control fewer people than a lot of people. It's easier to control people if you know 100% what they stand for than if you don't know what they stand for. If I know exactly your viewpoint on coding languages, it's so easy to manage. If I know exactly your viewpoint on proprietary versus open source software, so easy to manage. If I have no fucking idea what you prefer or what you like, I need to get to know you better. Takes work. You get what I'm coming at here? And then you hire people because it's so much comfortable. Everyone is a JavaScript developer, so I just hire more JavaScript developers because then I know everyone is a JavaScript developer. Then, oh shit, we need a new project where we need Python or whatever. Shit, we have no Python developers. And now we have to go and hire people, and I don't know if we fit in with the group. It becomes a big hassle. And then the JavaScript developers will be angry with the Python developers or the Python developers because they hate it. It becomes one big fucking mess. Instead of integrating a workforce that can do a little bit of everything, or they have like people, you know, that prefer one thing over the other, work together, and blah 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 blah. It becomes it's so much easier to control or manage things that are one-track minded instead of, you know, a more diverse group of people. To be honest, because with diversity, there's a lot of complexity. And I don't mean like in diversity in like culture. Well, that also plays it, but you know, you get what I'm coming at here. It's that's another thing. If you're talking leaders and managers. If you ever have a conversation with a leader and manager and it's about how you can work better and do things more efficient and stuff like that, if your manager / leader never ask you what they can do to make you work better, yeah, see if you can get out of that place as fast as possible. Because then they think they have all the answers. And you are the problem, and they don't see themselves as part of the solution. It's all on you. Or the group, or the team. That's the biggest problem. But they want to be part of the team, but they don't want to be part of the solution. Because they already think that they are the solution. And a lot of managers think like that. They think that they are managing this team because they are solving a dysfunctional team. Which in most of the case, they are not. That's why I hate these fucking babysitting management meetings. Like, you know, like, tell me about yourself. Like, what are the 10 words that describe you as a human? And it's like, just let people be people. And if there is an issue, you take it up, and there is a fucking issue. I can ask what motivated me. And, like, that's only, like, first of all, you can't use it for anything if I say something today, because it may not motivate me tomorrow. But also, what motivates me should only be a problem if I'm not motivated. So if said managers see that, oh, he may not be motivated lately, then go ask what's wrong. You seem to be less motivated. What motivates you? Stuff. It's just like, is it like, oh, Kent seems less motivated. Let's look up at the handbook about Kent. Chapter 1. Oh, side 25, motivation. How does he look today? Okay, I can check this box off. Okay, these are the options I have to motivate him. It's no humans work like that, man. Come on. It's so like it's such a fucking like I hate managers like that. They treat you like you're a fucking child. What? If corporates would let people take their job personality mask off. Oh. No, this is not to do about job personality masks, so to speak. It's more about that managers don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like it's a tells like it's a sign like so if a manager don't know how to manage a group of people, they fall back into the textbook. And what I explain is like textbook management. Like what like it's a thing that works in most instances. It's like the what is the absolute minimum you have to do to become like a decent manager? Instead of actually doing what will make you a great manager. So they're ticking off the right boxes so their bosses don't get mad at them, basically. Because they have no idea how to actually manage that group of people. If that makes any fucking sense whatsoever. So if let's say a mechanic wants to manage a developer and never looked at code, never talked with a developer in their world, they will fall back to like, well, okay, what is like the basic management skills that you need to manage people? And that would be like, let's say, what motivates you, who are you, you know, stuff like that. Where if you actually knew about development or knew about mechanics or whatever that you're managing, you know that there are certain things that works in this field and don't work in this field. And people that know about the field also typically are more open to listen to the people that they manage than people that don't work I've never worked in the field. Because there's a difference between the theory and the practical side of things. And a lot of bad managers is living off theory. They're just following the theory book. It's just like, it's the theory book mixed in with what have worked before. And when I say what worked before, what have not gotten them fired before. So I did these things before and I didn't get fired, so they must work. You know? But yeah, I have almost no faith in managers to do all these, like, I call them high school exercises. You know, like, what is your hobbies? Tell me about yourself in 5 minutes and explain your job role here and, you know, stuff like that. That is like, no, you don't treat people like kids and like, you know, like, it just shows that you don't know what you're doing. It's not hard to manage people. Just let them do what they're doing and then you take the problems up when they come. You know? Exactly, yeah. Yeah. And it's mostly managers that have never worked in the field where they are managing people. A really good example here is that I had to learn to do something as a mechanic. I went to school and they're like, we got the textbook, we did it, and then a teacher came up and he was like, okay, you all apparently know how to do it after the textbook. I'm going to show you how to do it in 5 minutes instead of 30. You loosen some bolts here, you move this thing away, you hit it a little bit there. Now you've done the same job in 5 minutes instead of 30 minutes. It's not the right way to do it. It's just as good. You don't hurt anything or break anything. And when you have the customer waiting over your head, do it that way. That's the difference. That's the manager you want that can say, well, according to the textbook, this is how you do it. But here's a life hack. And they know when to use that life hack and not to use it. And the risk behind doing it, or the lack of risk. So in this case, there was no risk of doing it. There was no creator, like you're not going to break anything. It was just like, it was just easier to do it the way the textbook told you to do it, because you didn't have to think, basically. It was like building a Lego brick. You took things off and you put it together in the same thing. Here, you have to remember what screws you have loosened and not loosened. Or else it will break the engine in the long run. Where if you did it the other way, there were checks and balances to make sure you did everything right. So, a good manager would understand that. And know that. And be the one telling you that. The bad manager or average managers are the one, everything is done by the textbook. Textbook management style, somewhat, nobody's real textbook management, but you know, like, they're calling it inside the lines, basically. And that also makes it, like, it also makes it really hard if you have to justify something to upper management. So you go to your middle manager or your group leader and they have no idea what the actually is you're asking for. So you have to explain to them or teach them what you are asking for so they can go and ask for it. That should not be your job as an employee, to teach the manager about the subject so they can ask for it. Because if they knew about the job, they would be like, I see why you need this. Oh, I see why we're doing it that way. I'm going to tell it to the boss. That's why I'm a firm believer in actually interviewing your managers. So let's say you're going up to job interview. Typically, your manager will be there. Ask them some questions. How are you to work for? What is your past experience? Because it's... Trust me, there's nothing worse than working for a manager that, you know... that is like... they're in the wrong group, basically. If that makes sense. Like, working for the textbook manager is you will hate it. There's always something to do for a manager. You will never solve all the problems. It's impossible to solve all the problems. You may solve a lot of problems right now, and if you're a really good manager, there will be, just like if you're a really good infrastructure or IT person, there are times where you have nothing to do. That meant you've done your job right. So you spend that time learning, qualifying yourself for better handling situations. Maybe, a new project comes next week or in a month, maybe start to, you know, figuring out how to handle that, get some things rolling, you know, figure out if there's things you can do to get that process running smooth and stuff like that. There are two types of people, managers, or, well, people in general, in that aspect. There are people that find work, and there are people that do work. So if you have the mindset that, oh, I will solve everything, and when I've done that, there's nothing more to do. You're the one that do work, that only do work. So you do the work when it's there. You do the thing when it comes. The people that find work, I'm done with what I need to do. I checked all the boxes. Everything is running smoothly. Is there anything else I could be working on? And the ones that find work is typically also the ones getting paid more. People get employed the more, advance the more, blah, 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 blah. It's a little bit like the go-getter and the non-go-getter. Just because you're done don't mean you are done. If you're done all your code for today, now you have time to re-look at it. Is there anything I missed? Would I do more documentation? Is there anyone that need help? Etc, 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 etc. Because there is... Most managers and leaders should not be managers and leaders. They are there because they want the power and the prestige of that position. They are there for their business card, basically. And the salary. They are not there because they actually want... Well, they can't... I'm not saying they don't want to be good at it and they don't want to make the team better. But it's not their priority. They want to look like they are the ones... I'm the only one that can do it. They want to look like they are saving the company by being in this position. That's the most... Like, they want to be... Again, it's a little bit like the Linux users think they are intellectual over Windows users, for example. It's kind of like the same mentality that... These idiots here cannot function without me. And I have to show my boss that they can't function without me. So I do these bare minimum things. Because I actually don't know what the fuck they're doing. And they actually function before me, but not in a way that I think they should function. They got shit done, but they could get it better done, or faster done. That's why I'm here. That's how they think. That's how most of them think. And then they have a shit ton of meetings to justify their existence. And they are really good at bullshitting. It's you have to remember, being a manager is a little bit of a power trip. You know, like, you get some power. You can potentially have the influence on hiring and firing people, depending on how the company is structured. You can have the influence of who is doing what. So if you don't like Bob over there in the corner, give Bob shit work. You know. If Joe is always 2 minutes late, you can give him a reprimand. Because there's been road work the last fucking month, but you don't give a fuck. That's why he's 2 minutes late all the time. And he can't get home earlier. Because he has to, you know, he's a single dad. He has to drop off the kids. A lot of middle managers, they love the paycheck, they love the title, and they love the power. They're not actually good at managing. No, here's the thing. Most CEOs are not good CEOs. They just happen to get an idea that is so good that the idea is covering their lack of leadership management. So let's say you get an idea to do something in a field where there's not a lot of competition. You don't need to be that good to be better than most. If there's only like a handful of people doing what you're doing, you don't have to be that good to be better than everyone else. If everyone else sucks. Like, you're just like, if the lowest bar is here, and you come in here, you're already doing better than the competition. That don't mean you're doing good. That don't mean that you're doing that well. You can earn a shit ton of money by just being 5% better, of course. Yeah, Nvidia versus AMD. Yeah. There's a lot of businesses that have leaders that think they're the smartest fucking egg on earth. But the only reason that they're successful is because nobody else is willing to invest into that area or didn't do it early enough for them to make sense to do it now. And typically, that's also when you see a generation shift shift. So the children take over, or a family member take over when they go on retirement, is when the company then falls down. Because then they try to modernize and they try to actually make it work. But it's so late into the company culture that it's too late. People are leaving. You need a little bit of downtime and loss in revenue to restructure and stuff like that to make it efficient. And your competition is then saying like, oh, we have an opportunity to take over some market. I work for a lot of companies that made a lot of money. I will not say some companies. I will not say like sometimes I work for 1,000 companies. Where from 1 to 10, the leadership, all the way from middle managers up to the CEO, was like 2 or 3. I'm from 1 to 10. But the competitions was like 1 and 2. So it was like, or in that area, the competition was 1 and 2. You know, too big to fail is something else. And what those companies a lot of times do is that they hire people that are stupider than them or no less than them. So if the CEO is really good at marketing, they hire people that are worse at marketing than they are because they don't want to lose that power and grip, and they want to be the smartest person in the room. Good managers and leaders, they hire people that are smarter than they are. But again, in most companies I work for, leaders and managers, they hire people on their level or below. Because, oh shit, what if the boss figure out this person is actually better at what I'm doing? Or better at some things than I am, they may promote them over me. But they forget that they are manager and not a worker. That's another thing, like, most managers should not, like most managers, in general, CEOs, managers, CTOs, like the leadership should not be your friend. They should be your leaders first, managers first. They can be friendly. But I don't need my manager or my boss to sit and have a beer with me after work. I need to make sure we have a company after work. That's what they get paid. Like another thing, like, there's nothing that puts me more off a manager or a leader or anything, or a company decision maker if they are the last one in the morning, come in the morning, and the first one to go out. Even if they work at home. It's because I'm working a lot from... It don't matter. It just sets such a bad image to people. If you are a manager, if you're managing people, no matter if it's 1 or 5 people, you should be the first one in the office, the last one to go. The same with CEOs, CTOs, maybe not CEOs, but, you know, like, at least managers. First in, first to go. If it's a small company and you're the CEO, and everyone sees you and talk with you, you're the first one that comes in, the last one to get out. Your CTO, first one that gets in, last one to get out. CEO, first one in, last one. HR, first one in, last one in. Because the people need you to be there if there needs to be made a decision that's outside of their scope. It's not their job to make CEO decisions or manager decisions. That's what you get paid for as a manager and CEO. So you better get your ass in 15 minutes before everyone else and leave 10 minutes before everyone else, or at least leave with them. And nothing pisses me off more than see the CEO of a company with 5 people or 10 people or 50 people come in an hour, 2 hours later than anyone else. Or a manager or team leader comes in 15 minutes, 30 minutes after everyone else. It's such a lack of respect for your workers. It pisses me off to no fucking end. More than Linux users does. It really grinds my gears. What if I am there and I need my manager's advice or decision? I have to sit and wait 30 minutes for my manager to get their sloppy ass into work before we can continue doing our work. Not to mention that it makes an example. You're setting an example. I've quit jobs because of this. Because most of the jobs that I quit has because of management. It's such a fucking irritating things people do. At least in Asia, they have a bit better understanding about this, because they actually do that. It's actually like if you are a manager or a leader and you come in late and go first, you will probably get fired, or at least you'll get a reprimand for it. Like, they are really strict with that. I think in Japan, you go when the manager go. So if your manager stays 5 minutes late, you stay 5 minutes late. If he stays an hour late, you stay an hour late. Which is a little bit on the opposite side, but, you know. Yeah, so many people want to be managers and leaders, but they don't want to lead or manage. And they think they are super good at it, while the only reason why they think that is because people are afraid to say anything. Again, with the silent minority kind of thing. Because there's this saying, and it is right, but it's kind of also saying that it should not be there. And that is like, I can be right or I can have a job. That's how most people think about things. I can be right or I can have a job. So that means that if I go against my boss, there's a high chance that he's sacking me. And the bosses that are sacking you for airing your opinion are the bosses you should not want to work for, by the way. Because they want bosses that do that, they want mindless drones. And nothing kills a company more than mindless drones. Most people cannot work in the Japanese work model. They work like 10 hours a day and they only get paid for 8 or something like that. And their work life is the most important thing. You don't say no to work gatherings. You don't say no to work picnics. You don't say no to work drinking. You will be looked over for promotion and shit like that if you don't do everything that has to do with your work. In Japan, it's work first, anything else after. It's so hard to get a day off. It's so hard to have a sick day there. It's unmanageable how hard it is. You almost have to be dead before to get like a proper sick day. It's gotten better with like the younger generation, but yeah, most people that live in the West would not be able to work in Japan. They like, yeah, no. So it's not being loyal to the company if you're forced to be there. Because if you're not there, you won't get promoted. It's so the Japanese work model is known to be one of the worst in the world. Like, one of the worst in the world. Yeah, that's too many jobs in sushi. Yeah. That's not good. I'm so fed up with working for people. I'm debating. I need to find a way of making my own company. I'm like, I'm not joking. I'm so fed up with like, I'm so fed up with this bullshit about it's more important. Money and power is more important. Um, while they said, "Oh no, no, we care about our workers," and they fire them because left, right, and center every time they make a bad business decision, instead of just taking the hit on their own salary. Yeah, Korea is like really, it's super competitive in Korea. They have a really high offering themselves off rate because of that. The same with China. Yeah, South. Yeah. But in South Korea, it depends a lot of if it's an old or new company that you're working for. So a company in South Korea running with like an older boss, like old boss, it can be super hard. But if you're working for like a newer, like startup tech company, it's more like it is in the West. You don't do it's not too competitive, and you get a lot of benefits and whatnot. But it really, like in South Korea and also in China, it really depends on what company that you work. Like if you're working for Samsung and stuff like that, super competitive, cutthroat. But if you're working for a smaller company, I hear it's and from what I see on YouTube with people, like I said, I just watch a lot of day in the life of people living all over the world to sanitize my feed. Um, yeah, it seems to be more westernized, and it's the same with China. But if you work for those big, massive conglomerate, it's yeah, it's bad, and it can actually be worse to some degree than the Japanese work culture. Because in Japan, you're kind of hired for life, and if you don't work well there or don't fit well in, the managers see that as a personal letdown. They let you down. You didn't let them down. Like if you feel that you were stressed out or like in Japan, it's totally okay to take a nap at your desk, for example, or go into a room and take like half an hour nap. That just means that you're working so hard you need a nap. It's totally fine. They do take care of their workers, but they also expect you to dedicate your life to the work. You know, yeah, it's yeah, I need to fucking I need to find a way of making money on my own, I guess. Don't be reliant on anyone else. Maybe I should go out and sell my boy's body to someone, become have a sugar mama or something like that. Maybe I can find a Linux user and be their personal slave for like 10,000 a month or something like that. Find like a rich Linux user that can lock me up in the basement, and they can use me as propaganda. Look, I converted this angry Windows fanatic to Linux. Make me say things under duress on YouTube videos and whatnot. Yeah, it's kind of the same here in Denmark. So a lot of companies in Denmark, they pretend to give a fuck about you, but they don't. They care more about getting social points. So if you are a minority or something like that, they care more about how their image are than actually you. It's one of the things that most people don't talk about in Denmark. That's actually how it is a lot of times, but it is. But I also kind of like... I don't mind the company not giving a fuck about me. If they just let me do my work. Like, if they let me do my work to the best of my capabilities, I don't mind they don't give a fuck about me. It's when they start to impeach on my work. I start to get irritating. Do stuff behind my back, or think they know better. I've had that in a few companies, like, they hire people and then they don't listen to them. So they hire people that are quote-unquote experts in their field, and then they do the opposite of what they're saying all the time, because the manager, the boss knows better. And like, you're paying these people like thousands of whatever a month, and you don't listen. That's why they're here, to guide you, to tell you how to do things. That's why you hire developers, because you're not a developer, you know. And luckily enough, some bosses wake up and see that, but yeah, I've been in situations where I've seen people leave because of that. They listen to them for like the first 6 months until they are set in stone, and then they just think they can become mindless drones after that. Yeah, I need to find a way of making my own money. So any ideas? Put them in my Discord. Holy shit, my mic boom is dirty. So dusty. Maybe I should call him Dusty. I don't know. I don't know, man. It's... I will say this. I kind of like the whole Asian work culture. Even though it's a little bit more rigid. But it seems like you know how... You know, depending on where you live in Asia, you know the structure. You know your bosses. You know your co-workers. They expect you to be there a lot of hours, but they also give you a lot of freedom. So they typically have an hour break at lunch and shit like that. Here in Denmark, we get like at best 30 minutes, and we have to pay for that ourselves. You know, there they get an hour paid, as far as I know, in most Asian companies. So yes, they may be on the job more, but they have more conveniences in a lot of places. They have more let me put it this way. Being at the job is not as difficult as it is probably in a lot of Western worlds. Where you just hate every fucking minute you are at your job because it's like miserable. You're working with people that hate their jobs, your boss hate their job, your manager hate their job. But it seems like in the Asian countries, it's like, well, most managers, they actually like being there. Most workers like being there. And they have a healthy social aspect about it. So you may be there longer, but it feels more like a family than actually just random people that you're working with that you call co-workers. But again, that could also just be because you've never been in that system, if that makes sense. You know, like a lot of times things looks better from the outside than they are when you actually are there. But I think the golden quail, the holy quail, gets self-employed, man. Get self-employed. Yeah. Mix the Asian with the Western. Yeah. That definitely. And like I said, a lot of Asian places are starting to do that. Like they are starting to become more westernized in that aspect. So they still have the long working hours, but they're giving people more freedom. Or more breathing room, or what to say. So you are there longer, but there's not expected too much, or the expectation of your outcome. So here in Denmark, for example, we don't work that much, but you're expected to produce like you're working 50 hours a week. Like if you're not on the ball all the time and producing way more than you should, like like it's like you're working actually. Like I said, yeah, it's like you're working 2 or 3 or 4 extra hours a week. If it don't look like you're doing that, you can easily get into problems with your boss and managers. So on paper, you're working 37 hours a week, but they want to see an output of 40 to 50 hours a week. And there's a lot of misconceptions about the Scandinavian model. Because a lot of it is on paper, they don't really get to see how it really is working within it. Yeah, it's a weird fucking thing, man. It's a weird thing. I don't know. I need to get, like I said, I need to get my head around figuring out a way of making some money. It's just you become complacent. Like you make enough money to survive. You live a cozy life. And then it's just like, well, it's not that bad. Until you reach Wednesday and you're like, oh, I need to get out of this shit. like what the fuck am I doing here? And you can't speak up because, then you get yelled, oh, it's not your company and blah blah blah. You're not the manager. And, yeah, the Nordic model, it depends on how you're looking at it. So the healthcare is amazing. Like it is the best in the world. Like we pay high taxes and we get a lot of those money. Like we get a lot from those taxes. I would say the working life is probably the biggest misconception. It's not as relaxed as a lot of people think it is. Because we do work so few hours, they expect more per hour of you, in my opinion. And then we have a lot of this fakeness where your boss, your manager wants to pretend to be your friend, which I never understood because like you're not my friend. You're basically my dad, my leader, my manager. Like you're the one telling me what to do and not to do. I don't need you to, oh, let's have a beer after work. I need you to make sure I have a job tomorrow. Make sure we do the best possible thing we can do for our job. Like I don't need my CEO to come to my barbecue. I need the CEO to make sure that the company is still running tomorrow, so I'm still getting paid tomorrow. Where in Denmark, they want to be your best friend and your boss and your manager. And all of those things kind of conflict with each other in a lot of instances. It don't mean that they can't be approachable. But they have to again, a little bit like in the military, your sergeant and your lieutenants are not your friends. They can be friendly with you, but they are there to help you make sure you don't die. You know. Like my managers and my boss are there to make sure we still have a fucking company tomorrow. You know, making the right business decisions so we don't go under. I don't care if they remember my birthday or not. You know. I'd rather have them forget my birthday and they make so much money I get 15% raise next year. You know. But they want it all. That's kind of the problem here with like the work thing in the north is they want to be they want to be your counselor, your best friend, your confidant, your boss, your manager, your life coach. You can't do all of these things. You just can't. It's impossible. You need to stop all the fucking Linux shit, man. Just accept defeat. This is the world I'm in right now, okay? I don't give a fuck about Linux. Hey, Nerdbog, I don't give a fuck about Linux. I honestly don't give a fuck about Linux. Until it reads about this mark here. When it takes over Mac OS, I may start to give a fuck about Linux. Until then, they can promise me the world. They can do whatever the fuck they want. They can say, oh, games are so great on Linux. I don't give a fuck. Because up till that happens, it's pointless. Pointless. Unless you get a job where you actually work with Linux. And here's the thing. If you get a job where you work with Linux, they will pay you to get educated in it. It's that fucking simple. If you think your Linux skills needs to be better, they will pay you to get that. I'm done living in this fucking fairy tale make-believe world. With Linux. I don't give... Like, mostly because of the fucking shit quality of software they're providing most of the time. I don't care if it's running on IoT and supercomputers and my refrigerator and my... I don't give a fuck. It's not my desktop. And it's only 4.1% of the desktop market. I don't give a fuck, okay? You want me to give a fuck? Get up to the 15+%. Or close to 30%. I will start to give a fuck. I tried to give a fuck for almost 30 years. And it has gotten me 4%. There is a 4% chance that I can use my Linux skill in the corporate world. It's not 100% like that, but you get the idea here. 4% chance. If you're talking desktop-related shit. Server, it may be a 40% chance. Depending on server roles that you're working with. Maybe a little bit higher than that, maybe 50. But if you're developing consumer apps, desktop apps, there is a 4% chance that you're going to do that for Linux. Holy crap. I just hit a button. So why the fuck do I want to spend 90%, 99% of my time focusing on something that has a 4% chance of being useful to me in my day-to-day life? There's just too many people wasting their life with this shit. It's just pointless shit. I have stopped trying to push the Linux world to do better. When the only thing the Linux world care about is talking politics, shitting on Windows, shitting on proprietary software. That won't make Linux better. So do that till you die out. I don't give a fuck. That's why Linux has not innovated the last fucking 10 years or whatever. Let's kill innovation for the sake of bitching and moaning. It's almost like wasting time on fucking gaming. You know? Now, we just talked a lot about bad management and bad leaders, work culture. I might as well fucking learn everything about haiku. You know, like... Yeah, it's just like, I'm just fed up with this, like... Lame is jumping from one fucking distribution to another, man, wasting his time. Instead of actually fucking learning something. And I see a lot of younger people do that nowadays, and it drives me bonkers. Like, you can make more money on Windows if you really apply it yourself than... Or there's a higher chance you can make more money with Windows than Linux if you apply it yourself. Like, there's a higher chance of you making way more money on Mac OS if you apply it yourself than Linux. The job market is bigger on Mac OS and Windows than Linux, is what I'm saying. In some instances. And in the instances where you need to have proper Linux or Windows or Mac experience. On the server backend, it's not that much different. $200,000. There you go, Lamer. Go nuts. That's the problem with Linux. You should not have to run all these distributions. A bank. Oh, nice. If you get a job where you need to have Red Hat Enterprise Linux skills, if you are a trainable, good employee, they will pay you to get those skills. They will pay you to get those skills. And the chance that you are going to get a job like that is not that high. I will say something, okay? And it is... I have almost 30 years of Linux experience and Linux tinkering and management and blah 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 blah. I have never used it in a professional setting. Never. Ever. When I say never, once in a while I fucked around with a Linux server here and there, but for 99.9999% of the time, I've never used my Linux skills. Never. Other than talking with other Linux nerds at the job. That's it. However, I needed to learn a shit ton about Windows that I could have learned if I was not that if I was not that blinded by Linux. There's a lot of things I had to learn on my own in like a weekend in a crunch time because I was spending so much time learning Linux. I regret spending so much time with Linux. It has not benefited me one fucking bit professionally. Not one bit. It has not helped me personally one bit. I've not gotten more people asking me to help them with their Linux machines or anything like that. Ever. There's been a few, but not many. It's been Mac OS and Windows I've helped people with. And like I said, if companies want to require a skill of you, and you're a good employee and you're trainable, they will pay you to get that skill. You can get paid to learn shit. Why the fuck would you do it for free then? If you're almost never going to use it. Knowing Windows will probably get you in more doors than say, oh, I'm a Linux person. Oh, the Linux fragmentation problem is one of the biggest problems ever, man. No. Linux... fragmentation is by far their biggest weakness. Quality of programs is a weakness. Lack of standardization is a weakness. Multiple desktop, which is, again, fragmentation, is a weakness. The community is a weakness for a large part. Gatekeeping is a weakness. I can sit here for an hour and mention things that are weakness for Linux. It's not from... No. Lack of standardization is not because of fragmentation. Lack of unity is not because of fragmentation. The way the community is not because of fragmentation. The only thing that really like, if you think about, the only thing that you can blame is the cause of fragmentation, source code availability. It's so easy to fork that anyone that has a slight little fart of an idea is forking. It's so easy to make a distribution that if I don't like the background wallpaper you're using in your distribution, I'm making a respin of it. That's the reason for fragmentation. You can have massive fragmentation, still have a standard. So you can have massive defragmentation, have a better community. You can massive fragmentation, have better driver support. You can have massive fragmentation, have better accessibility or acceptability of proprietary software. Fragmentation just means harder to choose, which will keep some people off. It will. Choice paralysis, or what it's called. Overchoice paralysis, or whatever it's called. Like, there are so many. Like, look at your look up at the packages you've installed on your system. Look at how many of them is in 1.0 release and above. You will be surprised of how much software Linux run that's pre-alpha, beta. Core libraries that's never been a 1.0 release. Or just recently got it after 30 years of development. That's a fucking problem. The problem of, well, we give this away for free, so we will not have any reliability if things goes tits up. Well, thank you for that confidence. Of course I'm going to bet my billion-dollar company on that. Why do you think Red Hat and SUSE and Canonical, they have these service agreements? Because they have to be the fucking support for software other people build that may fuck up other people's systems. Because the developers themselves don't want to be that support. And that's why people pay thousands of dollars a month for running Ubuntu, SUSE, and Red Hat. Because they want that fucking stability or reliability, or accountability is the right word here. Accountability. Like running Linux on a desktop and not have to care about uptime, stability, software not working as it intended to be is so fucking convenient. The second you run Linux in a place where if it's down for like an hour, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars in loss, you start to worry a little bit. And you start to understand why we have companies like Red Hat, Canonical, and SUSE. And why they're spending so much time and they're using so much time running, in quotes, outdated packages. Because most up-to-date packages are shit. And are breaking APIs and APIs. So they have to be super conservative with running software from the Linux repos. Because they have to do a shit ton of testing, because most distributions don't. Linux is running... Desktop Linux is a deck of cards. It's a card house. When everything is fine and nobody is moving too fast or blowing too fast on it, it's stable as fuck. It takes one fucking network driver crash to fuck up a Linux system, or a sound card driver crash, or a network or Windows card driver crash. Do you know in Windows you can reboot your whole display driver session without rebooting your system? It's like Shift Control B, I think it is. Shift Control Windows B, I think it is. That restarts your whole virtual stack. You can't do that in Linux. Linux don't have driver crash protection like Windows does or Mac OS does. A Google developer once said that Linux is a muscle car. It's fast in a straight line, but when it crashes, it blows up. When it crashes, everything is gone. Everything blows up. And this comes from a Google developer, by the way, that works on the Android kernel. Where Mac, Windows, Haiku, if they crash, they have airbags and all these compartmentalized things to make sure that you don't die and the whole thing don't explode in your face. But if you're on a straight line and you know, everything is perfect, it's like you can't fucking touch it, man. It just shows how little most people know about Linux. Linux is the way Linux runs, you're putting so much trust into the developers. And for the most part, they're delivering. There are some company, actually a lot of gaming companies out there, when people are like, why don't we get anti-cheat in Linux? It's not because they can't do it. But they're like, even with anti-cheat in Linux, Linux is so bad when it comes to that. Linux makes it so easy for people to cheat even with anti-cheat on, that they don't want to expose their users to that. That's the main reason why we don't get a lot of anti-cheats on Linux. It's like the cheater's paradise, as I think it was an Epic developer saying that. Even if they implement anti-cheat on kernel level, Because everything is out in the open and everything is bundled together the way it is, it's so easy to circumvent it. Kind of the monolithic structure, but kind of also not. They actually could work around it. A really good example here. Do you want the software for your nuclear guidance missiles to be open source? Where Mr. Taliban can just go online and say, oh, this is how, or Mr. Korea boy, North Korea boy is like, oh, this is how you make your nuclear missiles so precise. Let me take that. Now I don't have to spend dollars I don't have or steal or anything like that to get accurate nukes. I can just look at your fucking thing over there. Do you want that? I don't. Give me all the proprietary shit on those things as fast as possible, man. Yeah, there's a lot of developers, or some. I hate saying a lot because a lot is really, relative. But there have been developers out there calling Linux the perfect. Some call it the perfect honeypot, or the perfect what the fuck is it? False security. Because people will want Linux to say, I don't need antivirus, I don't need firewall, because we never get viruses, we never get hacked. One day that will happen. And because you like, oh, Linux can't get hacked and Linux can't get this and that, you don't think about running it. You are a prime example for being hacked. Just because it's not happening now, don't mean it can't be done. Oh, we are not a target. One day you would be. What are you going to do then? What if you're downloading a Windows software on your Linux machine, you're taking it to work, plugging into your Windows machine, and because you didn't scan that fucking thing for viruses on your Linux machine, you have now infected your whole fucking company with a virus. Because I can't get viruses on Linux. But you can transfer them. Welcome, you become patient number 1. Or 0. You don't have a job anymore if that happens. Because my Linux is secure. If you use Wine, even Proton, they can give you viruses. They can give you Windows and game viruses. If you download a game and run it on the Proton, let's say you pirate a game and run it on the Proton, and it has some doofing in there, it works on the Linux now. There have been a lot of instances where people have back in the day, they downloaded Adobe Photoshop, and it worked really well under Wine until they couldn't boot their fucking computer anymore. I can't fathom why this is so new for people running Linux. We have known this since the 90s. Why do you girls not know this nowadays? I honestly, it's almost like finding out or talking to a 30-year-old that's like, so I fucked this girl yesterday and apparently I got an STD and she's pregnant. Like, yeah, did you not use condoms? What is condoms? What is this magical thing you're talking about? You say I need some rubber around my penis to not get these things, and she needs a pill or some things up her vagina so she can't get pregnant. You're actually saying that there are means for me to protect myself, but I've been for 30 years, or not, maybe not, but for 20 years, let's start to have sex. Let's say 15 years. For 15 years I fucked around and never got an STD and never got anything pregnant. Well, now you have. That's kind of like the mentality of Linux users. They're running around, swinging their dick and everything, and And, well, it hasn't happened yet, so it will never happen. Then they're 40 years old with 10,000 SSDs and 12 kids. Because they're like, oh. Never heard about this protection thing you're talking about. Why is all of these things so fucking new for Linux users? Are Linux users that stupid? Like, I don't know. Have nobody told them that Linux is not a magical shield that protects you against the world and everything in it? I have met people so many times in my comments saying, oh, I don't need an antivirus, I don't need a virus or a firewall because I'm on Linux. I can't be hacked. Yes, you can. You're just not a big target. That don't mean you're secure. They debunked security by obscurity like in the 40s or 60s, I can't remember. 40s, 50s, or 60s. That is so that's how outdated that sentence is. It's almost 100-year-old outdated statement. And I'm just a fucking stupid idiot that looks shit up on the internet. Like, it's, again, the world is getting stupider and stupider. That's the only conclusion. Like, people just watch someone and they like what they hear and then they just regurgitating it. That's the only conclusion I can come to. Because none of this would have been, like, if Linux people really are this fucking literate with tech, they should educate me on this shit. If all you Linux users was really this fucking smart, you should be sitting here right now. But it's like, I can debunk 90% of all the talking point Linux users come with in a Google search. For like 2 minutes, Google search. Or at least make it null void, meaning that there's no truth to it. There's no facts behind it. It's all opinion. What's going on, people? Like, what the fuck is going on? I'm lost. And then they want to sit and pretend that they are better than Windows and Mac users. While a Windows and Mac user right now is telling you that you're wrong. Like, what the fuck, dude? Maybe there is some conspiracy going on with all Linux, or not all, but most Linux YouTubers, that they want to dumb down the user base so they can keep making content and making money, because they can't have Linux users getting too smart, because then they know how stupid they are. That could be like a conspiracy theory. Like, that Linux YouTubers on purpose, they keep Linux users stupid, because then they are not getting exposed for the unknowledgeable fraud that they are. Like, if you really want to put your you know, your crazy loony bin hat on, you know, let's keep the populace stupid so they don't know how stupid we really are, like, kind of thing. I'm talking about shit you learn the first 6 months when you go into any education about IT, software, or anything they will tell you in the first fucking 30 minutes on a how-to tutorial. 0 to hero kind of video. Like, I'm not saying anything fucking advanced here. I never really have. But it comes like a shock and they won't believe me. And I honestly, I'm fucking, like, I'm mind blown by, like, I don't, it's like talking to a shit ton of flat earthers. You can have, like, Linux users is almost so stupid. Like, flat earthers sent out to prove the earth is flat and then proving it's round, but copium themselves into saying it's flat still. When I saw that, I was like, yeah, yep, had they been interesting technology, there would be Linux users. Let's prove the earth is flat. Oh, all data say it's round. Well, that's because I jumped a little bit. Or something fucking, they find some copy. I can't remember what the excuse was they made. The weed was a little bit, or we put it on a weed, it was not totally in line or something stupid like that. Basically what they did. It's so funny. So they want to believe that Oh, I should probably do this. They want to say that the Earth was flat. They put like a measurement pole here, and if you can see the point here, that means it's flat. So they put one here, and because the Earth is doing this, they put one here, and instead of looking here, they were looking either on top or below. And then it was like, oh, it's because this was standing on a bed of not seaweed, but like weed or something like that. So when they looked into it, I think it was actually going above, so it was doing this instead of just going directly into the mirror. What the fuck? Something of that nature. And they copiumed themselves into believe that the Earth is still flat. They just had a little bit of miscalculation, because if you move this up just by a tiny bit, they will reach each other. Again, this bow here is super exaggerated here. Like, this is super exaggerated. But they basically proved the Earth was round, and then copiumed themselves into, yeah, it's still flat. If there is none? All OSs have that, by the way. Like, it's not a Linux-specific thing. Which is why you have compartmentalized like processes in your CPU, both on hardware and software level and firmware level and blah 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 blah. No, of course they wouldn't. Again, security Linux and AppArm. SE Linux actually got invented by the Department of Defense or the Army, one of those. And then Red Hat took it over. And AppArm, I think, was an Ubuntu thing, a canonical thing, in the beginning. Like, Linux is not doing anything new. Like, first of all, the kernel Linux is running in a system that got, or in a philosophy paradigm that was outdated in the 90s. People in the 90s wanted to get away from a monolithic kernel. They wanted to run like a hybrid kernel or microkernel. And microkernel seems to be, or is super hard to work with. So they went with a hybrid kernel. So monolithic for core components, drivers, and everything else was modular to some extent. That's the same, the Mark kernel that FreeBSD, or not, the Mark kernel Mac users is doing the same shit because of that. Also make it more adaptable, etc., etc., etc. There's this whole Tannenbaum Linus debate article you should read. Like, you have to remember, Linux is built because Linus could not afford a Unix Spark system. And he wanted to experiment with a 483 or 486 CPU. But he needed a Unix machine for work, or university. Already in the 90s, Unix was old. So a lot of the principles that Linux is built up upon is already back then considered old. Old ideas, old paradigms, etc., etc. Stable, but old. And for the first 6 months to a year, the Linux kernel was actually also proprietary software, by the way. Congratulations. To some degree, Mac and Windows, almost all of their userland systems are more advanced than Linux's is. The only thing Linux really had before Windows was probably memory protection. Windows for the longest time and macOS was better hyperthreading and preempted multithreading. Had it not been because of Canonical, Red Hat, and SUSE, Linux would be years behind Microsoft. Or Windows and Mac OS. Not Microsoft, but Windows and Mac OS. Because servers didn't really need anything more than, don't take this like they did need more, but proper multithreading, preemptive multithreading, secure memory, and all those things. After that, they don't need fancy desktop shit. They need proper user management. That's it. When you think about it, Linux is like an old muscle car compared to Mac and Windows. It works really well, it's simple, it's stable. And here's a debate, and this has not been proven or disproven. But there is a debate out there that Linux actually is more insecure than any other OS because you have access to the source code. So you don't have to guess so much as you have to do with Windows and Mac OS. Therefore, it's easier when you see how the source is made. It's easier to mess with it. But again, there's not been any studies done that scientifically or 100% prove this being right or wrong. It's a compiling argument that a lot of people subscribe to because, well, yeah, if I know how the sources is made, it makes it easier for me to fuck around with it. Which logical kind of makes sense. Or it makes sense if you think about it. I may not have the encryption that you encrypted, but I know how you got to it. I know how you got to this. I know how you're doing this. I don't have to sit and think how many loops do you have, how many this do you have, how do you handle data. All of that is out in the open. So finding problems in the code theoretically is easier because you can see the code. Which also is them saying, well, then it's also easier to fix it. That requiring that there are more people looking at the code with good intention than people looking at the code with bad intention. And we don't know if that's the case. We don't know. People are so stupid on Linux. They don't want a firewall. They don't want an antivirus. But they want full disk encryption. Do you know what full disk encryption does? It encrypts your disk. What can't you do with an encrypted disk? Well, you can't use it. So that means when you're booting up your OS, it gets decrypted. So when it's on, full disk encryption means nothing. It's pointless. Until you shut it down again. So, if you're full disk encryption, and you run around and watch all your fucking porn, sit down with all your legal shit, you can infect your computer, shut it down and encrypt the infected parts. and take it with you to work, boot up your computer again, decrypt everything, and now you're spreading all your shit. Full disk encryption only really fucking matters if, let's say, I back up my system, I take the hard drive out and I put it on a shell. That's it. Because think about it this way. If every time you did a read and write action to your disk, you had to encrypt and decrypt your disk every time, imagine how long it will take to open and close a file, depending on how big, how aggressive your encryption is. Let's be honest here. Think about a zip file. We all have to have zipped a file and put a password on it. That's basically an encryption. Think about that like an encryption. We want to extract the data from that zip file. We want to unzip. It's like, you need a password, my friend. So we put in the password, and now we can really write and extract to that file as we want. Then we close it down, and it encrypts and do its thing again. That's roughly how that works for most distant encryptions. There are some that are on the fly. I got yelled at for a year for saying that 9 out of 10 home users should not use full disk encryption. I was stupid, I don't know what I'm talking about, blah, 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 blah. If you're running a laptop with company secrets on it and you're sitting in a fucking bar or coffee shop, your local Starbucks, yes, run full disk encryption. To get to my disk right now, you had to break into my house to get it. If you're not hacking me from the outside. So that means that my computers run almost 24/7. So that means that they are unencrypted 24/7 most of the time, depending on what encryption technology you're using and how you don't like latency and stuff like that. And most people are using the one that just encrypts on boot or encrypts on shutdown and decrypts on boot up. That's why you do your little password thingy. So that also means that when you're doing your little password thingy, that's cached somewhere on your system, so they can actually get that if they really want to. So that means that while my computer is running, it's more or less unencrypted. It's easy to get into from the outside, even with disk encryption. The rare case I do shut off my computer, and you happen to get in my fucking door, take my fucking shit, you earned it. But yeah, if I take my laptop with me out and about all the time, I probably would be using disk encryption. Like if I was working 90% of my time from a coffee shop, yeah, I would probably do it because I would probably close it down, put it in my bag. You know, when someone could like steal it out of my bag, I would probably do that, yeah. Like I said, people they love to talk. It sounds fancy. Disk encryption is so fucking easy to do. You also have to, there's this golden rule in security. If it's easy for you, it's easy for the bad people. So a long, complicated password is, of course, more secure because it's long and complicated. And you have a hard time remembering it. That's why it's a good password. But because you have a hard time remembering, you're putting in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, your baby's birthday. That's not secure because it's super easy to figure out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in your baby's birthday. That's what most people use for passwords nowadays. Or they write it down somewhere. So if someone breaks into your house, they look at your table, in your drawers, because there is a 90% chance you will have it written down in an easy and convenient place. Because then it's easy and convenient for you. If something is convenient, it's not secure. Password managers. They are super convenient. Oh, that means they're not that secure then. Two-factor authentication apps on your phone. Let's say I get you super drunk. You happen to be logged into your computer, and I know your email and password for your social media because I've seen you click it in. It's asking me for your two-factor authentication. You're drunk. You're passed out. I can just take your thumb and put it on the screen, and it opens up your phone. And most people don't have any other security than that. So that means I have access to your two-factor authentication. Because your Google two-factor authentication, most of them is not enable anything other than using your thumb. So if there's like, oh, we need another authentication, I'm just using your thumb. If you're sleeping and you have an iPhone, I'm putting the phone over your face. And I can get the password, the two-factor authentication I need. Here's the thing. If you think I'm talking bullshit now, go watch body cam videos. And see how often they get drunk people out of their fucking car. And they are so drunk they can't remember their password. And the cop just put the phone up to their face to get the number for their mom or dad. Or take their thumb and plop it on the screen to find the phone number for their mom and dad. So face thingy, not that fucking secure. Your thumbprint, not fucking secure. Because if it's that fucking convenient for you, it's that easy to get into. This is how crazy because they use infrared iPhones are. This actually scared the living shit out of me. I was laying in bed. I just got when I had my iPhone. And I was laying in bed like 4 a.m. And I was like, oh man, I can't sleep. And I wanted to see what the clock was. Pitch black. I just took my iPhone quickly to look at it. Unlocked on home screen and everything within like a split second. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, it's dark. I don't have my glasses on. I look like shit. Half the pillow is covering half of my face. Split second and it was all unlocked. If you want your phone to be secure, use a fucking password. But that means that if you're drunk and you do bad shit, or you can't speak, or you can't use your hands, you can't get into it. With these Linux dudes. Yeah, we need to have like a Linux, yeah. This is things like... this happens so fucking much all the fucking time. Apple wants to say, oh, face unlock is super... Yeah, it's super secure that people can't get your face dimensions from the phone. Yes, your thumbprint is encrypted on the phone. But I can still take the phone and your thumb and plug those two together and unlock your phone. Or take your phone and your face and put them together and unlock your phone. I don't need to steal it from your phone. I just need you and the phone to be close to each other. I can give you a black fucking eye, knock you out, do like a karate kick in your face, and then take your thumb and unlock your phone. I don't need to steal your fucking biometrics. I just need you to be close to your phone. And me to make sure you don't wake up when I, unlock your shit. And because you use your face or your phone or your thumb to unlock everything up, I can get anything on your phone almost. So I can be really snippy and just unlock a shit ton of things, screenshot it, and send it to a random email somewhere. Or even just show it on your phone, take a screenshot on my phone. You don't even know that happened. And we have our whole life on our phones. And you want to talk about security. You sit here with your full disk encryption and your... the software manages security in the back end. You know what proper security is? A good admin. That's it. That's your security officer is your admin. And most Linux users have no fucking idea what I just talked about. which would be really scary. Because these are the same ones running no antivirus, no firewall, and don't know how to look for viruses and breaches. But they are smarter than Windows users, smarter than Mac users. They're the same people that don't know that you can get Windows to project into the Ethernet or internet that it is a Linux machine. You can have a hardware protocol in the middle that do that for you, or you can get Windows to do it for yourself with some software or some tweaks here and there. So when you are pinging my machine or looking into my machine, you think it's a Linux machine. And you can do the same with Linux. So that should start make you think about this chart we are seeing right now. This little thing here. And why none of this actually fucking matters that much. It's... I used to believe all of the same bullshit coming out from the Linux camp until I actually learned about what the fuck they were talking about. Because it sounds smart, it sounds logical, it sounds like something that you would say with common sense, yes, that makes sense. But that's just because you don't know better. Like, again, if I took, let's say Scooby, he's only been where in the town he lives in right now. Never ever know about any other countries on Earth. And I pluck his little tight ass up and put him into Denmark. And I'm like, look, Danish is the most spoken language outside of your town. He would be like, oh, I can see that there are 5 million people speaking Danish, or 5.5 million people speaking Danish in this area. Yeah. There's only 1 million in my town, or 500,000, so I only know about people in my town speaking American and your country right now. So if I put the dots together and by my observations, you're right, Danish is the most spoken language on Earth. But that requires that he don't know anything else. He only knows the town he lives in and now about Denmark. He don't know anything else. That's the only thing he knows. So he will say, yeah, that sounds doable. That sounds logical. I can connect the dots here. By any reasonable means. That makes sense. But that's because you don't know about Germany, you don't know about France, you don't know about England, you don't know about Poland, Russia, China. He only knows about the town he lives in and Denmark. Only thing he's seen, only thing he heard. And that's the problem we have with a lot of Linux users. They only know a little bit about Windows. And then they know a little bit more about Linux. But not much more. So they only can connect the dots from the limited knowledge from Windows and the limited knowledge they have from Linux. So it makes super easy to connect the dots and say, you're right. Yes, I can see logical, reasonable, see why you are right. Because I only know a little bit about this and a little bit more about that. But it's the only two things I know about. The only two things I've exposed myself to or observed in my lifetime. And if I stay within those, I never moved away from that, I never researched anything else, I never look into anything else, I will be in that belief system for the rest of my life. And that, my friends, is why Linux users are so fucking fun to make fun of. Because they have been taken to Denmark. They have lived in a gated community for their whole life, they never left. And then they are getting exposed to a new country. And being told, look, this is the biggest, the only thing, the best thing. And of course they will say yes, because it is a little bit better than gated community. It is a little bit better than where they're coming from. They never exposed themselves or seen anything else. So again, reasonable, logical, I can make that same conclusion. And then the Linux world will say, don't look into Mac, don't look too much into Windows. Bad proprietary software, bad people. So they're only getting exposed to the Linux thing. Now, look, have you got hacked lately on Linux? No. Have you got any viruses on Linux? No. See, Linux don't have any viruses. You forget about all the servers running Linux that get attacked all day, every fucking day, and get infected 5 minutes after they go online if they forget to open or set up a firewall and antiviruses. They forget to talk about those things. They don't exist in the world of Linux. The servers exist, but them being pinged and attacked and DDoS, that don't exist. That's blind eye to that. That's only Windows servers. The delusional world of Linux. Here's the thing. We need to make a big room, okay? And then we take all the flat earthers, Scientologists, and then we take the Linux users and we plop them all in there. Close the door and throw the key away. They will be happy forever and ever and ever. We give them a flat map, 2 tin cans with a wire between them, and a 1999 computer running Linux. They will be the happiest people on earth. They will talk about the aliens running their body that makes them smarter than anyone else so they can run Linux on the flat earth. We have solved the world's problems. It would be so funny to do that. Maybe we should do that. And then make them into like the Truman Show where we can like watch them without them knowing that we're watching them. That could be so funny. Then they can teach the command line with the tin cans to the flat earthers. And the Scientologists can say to them that, oh, it's all the aliens running over the wire and communicating with you. Best fucking TV series ever made. Oh yeah, it would be an amazing Mr. Beast video. Then every day they will get Mr. Beast chocolate, Lunchables. So they will get like yellow children. You know, their poop would be fucking self-illuminating in the dark. When they pee, it's like pure fucking prime. Their semen will look like fucking salsa. Oh, it's going to be amazing. Amazing. Maybe I should sell that idea to Mr. Beast and become a billionaire. It would be so funny. Just imagine the Linux desktop went away tomorrow. Like, let's say Windows 12 comes out and it's just like the perfect Windows. No AI slop, super optimized for gaming, massively stable and secure. And people just like, fuck you, Linux. Like, you're getting 15 more frames just by running it on all your games. Because that's the thing you have to remember with Microsoft. They are not stupid. and they have unlimited resources. So if they see a too big of a dip in that market share you're looking at right now, they have the means and the reason and tenacity to just go ham. And overnight fix 90% of the problems people have. What the fuck are Linux users going to do then? Other than weeping. Yeah, weeping. I need my Linux nerd tears mug. I have it. It's in the washer right now. Yeah. Pickle Pepsi? Nah. I'm really craving a Pepsi Cherry or Pepsi Lemon at the moment. We don't have them. We have them on and off here in Denmark, but not pickle. Oh fuck, that don't sound right. Yeah, that sounds awful. Yeah, no. I never understood people drinking pickle juice and pickle water. It's just like gross as fuck. Oh, I'm a Pepsi guy. I like Pepsi way more than Coke. That's just in my opinion. Like, but then again, I drink non-sugarized soda, so that may be why. Because all the sugar-free Cokes always taste bad in my opinion, or most of them does. And I can't drink sugar sodas. I get like 1 or 2 glasses, and I'm like, yeah, I'm done. I feel like shit after drinking it. It's almost like drinking it makes me more thirsty because there's so much sugar in it. It's KFC, they're trying to overprice every fucking thing, man. I think we do have one KFC in Denmark. I kind of want to try it out, though. I can't... When it comes to my drinkables, I can't have too much sugar in them. I don't know why. I never had... Like, it feels like I'm drinking, like, tap or syrup. Like, it just... My throat just starts to clog up really fast. If there's too much sugar in my drinks. And then I feel like I'm thirsty after, or I feel like... not say thirsty, like I just feel... It's just a weird feeling I get. It's hard to explain. It's just like... It's not like I'm feeling saturated. It's like... Maybe it's the sugar crash after, I don't know. That could be it. That said, I do like a Mountain Dew once in a while. You know, there's a lot of sugar in those. But I can only have one. That's it. Like, one. Now I actually kind of want one. I haven't had one in ages. But a really, really cold Mountain Dew. Just like half a liter of that, then I'm done. I don't need it for like a long time after that. I do like my Pepsi Max though. And especially with like either lime or cherry. They had one with mango at one point. That was really good. But only like, you know, again, it's one of those you drink 1 or 2 glasses and then you're done. Then it gets too much. But yeah, like, yeah. We don't have many sodas. It's just the normal boring shit. Like, it's either proper Pepsi, proper Coke, or some, knockoffs of that. Or Fanta, oranges, or some knockoffs of that. Or then the sparkly water, some knockoff of that. We don't have many, we don't have, root beer and stuff like that. And if we do, it's, super expensive and only, a small little bottle for, mixed drinks. So every time in my town I see some unique soda, I tend to buy it because they may go 6 months before I see it again or something like that. If it's not one of the normal 5 or 10 sodas that we have. So we have one shop. They like to I don't know say like, but they typically have just a shelf, and then they have a lot of Chinese, Japanese sodas. But they tend to be somewhat expensive. But I do like going over there a few times a year and just they also have Arizona iced tea, which is super good, but super sweet. I am thinking about getting a soda stream. And then make my own sparkly water or sodas. Because it is cheap, I hear, but I never had one. A lot of people seem to like them. I do like a good cup of coffee. I'm just getting back into coffee. I drink coffee on and off. And I bought the cheapest fucking coffee I could find. And I regret it so much. It's so bad. It's so bad. It tastes like you just go outside and lick the dirt. I'm just yeah. I do love a good cup of tea, though. But yeah, that coffee is not good. It's also... It was super cheap. I'm debating on tomorrow when I go shop. Actually buy a proper bag of coffee and then throw this one out. Because if you get a good bag of coffee, it's actually really nice. I do like to take some coffee with me to work once in a while. Well, it's over 10 o'clock and I need to go because I kind of want to get up early so I can go shop while there's no people there. So, thanks for stopping by. See you all later. Have a good day.